запрошувати, але всім добрий ранок. Запрошуємо вас в лекторій. Скоро будемо починати. Good morning, everyone. Please proceed to the lecture hall. We will start soon. Добрий ранок. Запрошуємо всіх в лекторіум. Скоро будемо починати. Good morning, everyone. Please proceed to the lecture hall. We will start soon. Всім привіт! Раді вас вітати на другому дні ETHKyiv. Нагадаю, що мене звуть Іра, раптом вас вчора не було, або прийшли пізніше. Я Іра, я виступаю тут як модератор, оголошую спікерів. Якщо у вас є питання, даю вам мікрофон, тому, будь ласка, піднімайте руки, раптом у вас будуть питання після будь-якої доповіді, і ми вас запросимо. Сьогодні ми продовжуємо в цій залі лекції, але воркшопи переїхали на 4-й поверх. Тобто, якщо ви захочете відвідати воркшоп, вам треба буде піднятися по сходах. І я перейду на англійську для наших друзів закордонних. So, good morning, everyone. We are happy to see you all again today. Thank you for being with us. And organizational Q&A. Lecture hold for the workshops changed its location, and now it is based on the 4th floor. So if you want to visit one of the workshop, you have to go upstairs. And we also have hacker spaces around location. I think you all see them yesterday. They are marked with the hackerspace marks. If there is an air raid alert on, you can follow to the shelter. It is based on the 1st floor. Please don't ignore, because your safety is in your hands. And let me introduce you to our first speaker, who is joining us offline. Give a warm welcome to Dmitro, project manager at IdeaSoft, and he will share his experience of building processes and Web3.
So, hi everyone. Let me first check how it works. Oh, awesome. So, hi once again. My name is Dmitro Samoilov, and I'm the project manager at IdeaSoft. Let me first introduce myself and my company. I've been working with blockchain on blockchain domain for over the last 3 years. My company is like typical full cycle development company. So we can handle everything like our clients want. It can start from like some CeFi, DeFi, DApps, and go on, I don't know, even to the whole blockchain or L2A. So everything our clients want. Our achievements is that our company is a co-founder of Orderly Network and Global Ledger. Also, we are co-owner of a game dev company that calls Eventyr. Maybe someone knows. Sorry, I missed a slide about our company. My topic today is the leadership in Web3 projects from idea to successful delivery. But more specifically, I want to talk to you about not maybe some tips, I don't know, not about the lessons how to launch a successful project, because I strongly believe that there is no some unique, I don't know, methodology or way to launch the specific project. My goal today is not to teach you, but maybe to remind you about some things that everyone here can know, but may forget from time to time. So let's start with first step is understanding of Web3 leadership. So here we have two important things. First, we should define what is the leadership in Web3. Leadership in Web3 project is distinct from Web2 projects because the leadership in Web3 project can be decentralized. So Web3 projects can like be driven by DAO or like other forms of community, when like Web2 projects can be driven just for like typical hierarchical system. So key aspects of Web3 leadership include vision, motivation, and risk management. And key leadership qualities is the technical expertise and soft skills. From my info, like the technical expertise in the free project is the key quality for the leader of the project or project manager, CEO, it doesn't matter. Because only person who has a strong expertise in blockchain can like identify all the bottlenecks that a team can face, all the problematic places, and etc. Next thing is the our next step is the identifying of idea, identifying and building of concept. So first, we should like identify some problems that our project, our idea can help. Moreover, it would be great if this problem can be, I don't know, addressed by the blockchain. The second our step should be like should be market research. It's pretty important to conduct through market research and competitors analysis to understand the landscape and identify a unique value of your idea. Also, one more important thing here is the team building. So you should be sure that your team have enough technical expertise and that your team like really involved into your idea, and it would be a big plus if your team has a creative thinking and planning. Don't forget about the planning, because info is also one of the key steps on your way to successful delivery of the project. Also, nowadays, it is really necessary not to ignore regulatory compliance, because you know that the regulation becomes, I don't know, harder and harder from day to day. Our next step is goal defining. So these steps also, as all the steps that I will like discuss with you today, this step is also pretty important, because first of all, you should identify and let's call it, I don't know, ideal MVP. So, you know, you can like spend a lot of time to plan ideal project, but I think that there is no make any sense to build some ideal project for 2 years, and in 2 years your project can, like, I don't know, become as useless, because market is changed, everything is changed, like the trend is changed. So on this step, it's also pretty important to build pretty, I don't know, useful MVPs that can like give users an opportunity to at least to like to meet your project on the market. Here I want to really highlight one point is the importance of time to market. Info, it's pretty important. Development. So, as far as this event is the hackathon, I don't see any reason to like teach you how to build the projects, because mostly here we have developers. But I want to highlight key points. Is the transparency communication with the team. So you should have trust. You shouldn't forget about problem solving with your team. Engaging the team on problem solving. I don't know, that's the point when you can get the best ideas for your project, best ideas for improvements, best ideas from problem solving. Of course, like you can spend some time like to find some decision, but like, you know, one head is good, two heads is team. So about the trust, you shouldn't hide the problems. And you should like share the problems with the team. You should share your opinion, maybe your even feelings, because your team is your key supporter. So please build transparent communication with your team. launch and marketing. So your product can be really, I don't know, really useful, can close a lot of problem on the market. But such product will not have, I don't know, any price, any cents if no one knows about it. So you should build a strong marketing strategy, and also it's really great if you have some person in your team that can help you to build the community, because okay, you can get some, like, I don't know, followers in X, some followers in LinkedIn, but it's much better when you have the team, some people, community, instead of your team who deeply involved in your project, who you want to support your project, who are ready to, I don't know, scale your project and etc. So all of the successful projects have their own communities. So I spent over 2 weeks to find some successful cases to share you with. And honestly, it was pretty hard to to highlight some of key projects on Ethereum community, or like on EVMs or something else. Why I picked Ethereum and Uniswap? They are most popular. This is the first reason, everyone knows about them. The second reason, both of them have the same factors of their success: innovation, community, adaptability. I am not sure that I have to to explain all of these components in case of Ethereum, because here is the community of Ethereum. We have really big community all around all social medias. It can be Reddit, it can be Telegram chats, forums, meetups, conferences, and etc. The same with the Uniswap. Adaptability. I'm not sure that, for example, Ether, following the trends. I think that the Ethereum and the Ethereum Foundation as the team, they're building trends. The same with the Uniswap. Their open source protocol still using with a lot of new startups that trying to build something new on the market, but they best still. And the last point that I want to discuss with you is the challenges and responses. So, all the above, I would like to add one more key tip. As I said on the start, there is no unique strategy to launch a successful project, because the projects, the teams, they're like human. So as we can change our otherwise our mood and etc., the project can change his requirements, his side to move and etc. The market can be changed by trends and etc. So the development of successful project it's about dynamics, not about the static. As a life, every project, every team is a little life. And in case of challenges and responses, there is no unique way to solve them. But I think that we should remember that problem become as a problem when we not ready to solve it, when we don't have any plan, when we I don't know, didn't predict that we can have such problems. Before that, it's just a part of process. Problems are normal, responses are normal. As I said a few slides ago, you should share it with your team, you should share your thoughts, you should build transparent communications, and everything will be fine. So, I think that's all from my side. I'm ready to answer your questions, if you have And I really hope that my speech was useful or at least interesting for you today. Thank you.
Please raise your hand if you have any questions.
Hey Dima, thanks for the speech. It was really interesting. What I want to ask is actually mostly referring to your, let's say, experience as a project manager. So my question here is, when you're willing to launch a successful product, but you still have a pretty big roadmap and you want to have a couple of teams that are working simultaneously, what would be the best approach not to mess up everything if there are a lot of interdependencies between them?
Thank you for the question. It is a nice question. So first of all, I think that we, or you, I don't know, should build the processes. So like, if you have like clarified and transparent processes in your team, I think that you will not have mess in any case, even if everything will like go wrong. If you have a processes, you will handle everything. And as I mentioned in my presentation, transparent communication with the team. So like mess becomes after someone losing this the idea of the project. Once someone understands what they are doing on the project, what is the goal, what is the mission. So processes and transparent communication.
Maybe more questions? I think no. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is getting up on the stage. It is Maria, people lead at CowDAO, and she will tell us about CowDAO grants and solver competition.
And now, can you hear me well? Good morning, everyone. Слава Україні! Хочеться продовжити, але я зупинюсь тут. What if I tell you that you can start contributing to CowDAO very soon, if not today? Hi, everyone. My name is Maria, and I'm a core contributor of CowDAO organization where I oversee people operations and recruitment. Today, I'm more than glad to provide you with more information about CowDAO grants and solver competition in more details. Let's start. What is on our agenda today? I will introduce you to CowDAO if you are not familiar yet. And also, I will tell you more information how you can contribute yourself and become our contributor. I also will guide you through the solver competition and how can you become a solver yourself. The aim of this session is to provide you with more information about the topics I mentioned here, and also to motivate you to become your contributor, and as I said, ideally start contributing as a solver. So maybe I'll stay here so you can see the slides. Okay, so what CowDAO is? CowDAO is an open organization of developers, market makers, and contributors with providing the best and user-friendly and user-protective products for the users. There are a couple of products which you see here on the slide. So the main product is Cow Protocol, which is the leading intent-based trading protocol and MEV protected, with the famous CowSwap UI on top of it. And the second one is MEV blocker. So if you're not using Cow Protocol and you're not protected from MEVs, you can use MEV blocker, which is a leading MEV protection on Ethereum. And the third product is Cow AMM, which has been launched this year in February. It's the first MEV capturing AMM deployed on Ethereum. Contributing to CowDAO grants. Let's talk more. So the purpose of CowDAO grants is that we want to grow the community, we want to design and support the projects and initiatives that aligns with the DAO's mission and contribute to the ecosystem growth and innovation. But it's not only about the growth, it's much more. And the CowDAO grants launched in June 2022. It's 2 years, more than 2 years already. And you can find more details about the mission and about the allocated funds through formal CAPs, which is CAP 8 and CAP 18s. And in the end of this talk, I will share with you all the links which are important and which were mentioned in this presentation, so you can have a closer look to that and dive into that, and also ask any questions if you want to the community. As I mentioned, the primary areas of growth outlined in CAP 18, and let's dive more in details what exactly it means. So the first one is cow community growth, cow community. We want to grow the amount of users, we want to grow the amount of contributors, we want to grow the amount of many other things which are, part of DAO, and the way how we can do it is through partnership. The other way is through events, through the education platforms, through the, educating the users and so on, and hopefully it will lead to the mass adoption, which I believe you all are waiting for, right? The second one is UX and UI. Contributing and improving the UX and UI is a key point, so this is really important for the users to understand, to use the platform in the simple possible way, and here we talk about the simplicity, but not about the, the product itself, but about the user experience, which is really important. Even those users which are not familiar that much with the Web3 space, they can use the platform because it's easy and simple to navigate. The third one is decentralization. So it's key point of Web3, right? So you want to make the space more decentralized. We want to actually keep it decentralized, right? So we don't want to centralize that. That's why there are more and more things you want to invest, to contribute, to keep the space decentralized, and that's also actually a point of grants, right? Because you want to involve more contributors who can participate in the community growth. The fourth one is developing new solvers. That's what actually I will be talking more in details today, and we will have a chance to chat about that. Integration and protocol, order, flow, and the list continues. It can be anything, it can be even recruitment related, it can be legal, it can be related to the BD, marketing, and so on. So many other things you can just imagine yourself and what can be potentially beneficial for the users and CowDAO itself. Let's have a look on some successful grants. And I would like to start with Milkman. So which, when you go to CowSwap platform, you base your, you put the number of assets and what assets exactly you want to trade, and you also need to put out the minimum out you would like to receive from this trade. Let's say you're trading 1 ETH and you want to receive $2,000. Sorry, 2,000 USDC, right? So this is like the minimum out you would like to receive. But sometimes when the market volatiles, it's super difficult to keep it, because when the price drops significantly, it means that your trade would not be executed at all, or if the price goes up, it means that your order will not be executed, and if the price drops, it means that your trade can be executed poorly. So to protect that, Charles Dalton from Yield Finance proposed a grant, the name is Milkman, streamlining smart contract routing, that basically will solve this problem. What Milkman does is checking the data and to ensure that the minimum out is the most suitable for the users, and your trade will be executed successfully. The funny thing is that actually this is a bot, Milkman bot, can be used for many other DAOs, and which actually already use successfully. So if you guys are interested, you also can take as a note for yourself. The second one is privacy preserving CowSwap trader ledger board. And the third one is TWAP orders. The grant was of amount of 10K, and the first grant was in amount of 45K. And all of them, they were successfully executed. And starting from June 2022, over 70 grants were funded, and some of them, they're still ongoing, and we're receiving more and more grants on daily basis. And this is something which is, me personally and the CowDAO, we really would like to see. We would like to see more grants which are submitted and successfully executed on a regular basis. What are the incentives of contributing to Cow grants, you might think, right? So the first one is you are contributing to the community. You are shaping the community yourself. You are contributing short-term, long-term to different projects. You can see how they change, what success they bring to the users, what the needs they cover, and so on. For me, personally, I think that's really a great incentive, and I would like to see more contributors who are contributing to different grants, and not only contributing, but also sharing the ideas, thinking about the composability, and so on. The second one is getting rewarded. So once you submit the grant, you also allocate how much funds you want to receive for this grant. So it can be really various. It can be from X amount to the sky only is the limit, of course. And it's really depends on the project, and it depends also how you will get paid. And the third one, my favorite one, because as I mentioned at the beginning, I'm leading a people and recruitment department. So if you start contributing through CowDAO grants, you also have a possibility to become a core contributor. And for me, it's super important since I'm responsible for the hiring. And we have actually a couple of super successful stories, which I'm personally proud of, where people becoming a core contributor of CowDAO, starting by some short CowDAO grants projects. Okay, so application process is super straightforward. I will also share with you more information in the end of this presentation. So basically you can submit your application by completing the application form template, and we also provide you with a template, so you can go and check yourself the details. You also can have a look on already submitted and executed grants. And the second one is the grant committee will review the application and provide comments on the proposal. If there are any, we have 8 committee, and to have the grant funded, we need at least 5 votes, right? So 5 of them needs to vote. And the third one is final approval of a grant, and requires a formal snapshot vote, as I mentioned. How can you start contributing today? That's a gold question, right? So I always say that just make your own research. Check what CowDAO means, what projects we have, what actually are our needs. We are super transparent, we try to be visible, we really communicate with our community, we try to engage our community as much as we can. We are super, talkable on different channels, on Discord. You basically can ask us any questions, and like through Telegram or any other channels. So research yourself what you think, how you can contribute to CowDAO community today. The second one, you reach us out. As I said, we are super reachable. And we even have a dedicated Discord channel. We have actually many channels there, so you can check yourself. And the third one is to apply for the grant and hopefully start contributing after your grant is approved. So that's all about the grants, and let's jump to the solver competition, which is a juicy topic here, and I really like to look on all of those charts. So let's have a closer look at batch auctions, which we have. So how many people here we have who trade on CowSwap? Okay. Do we have anyone who tried to deploy a solver? Oh, wow, okay. That's great. And do we have anyone from the liquidity providers today? Okay. So this is basically a cow swap. It's a straightforward UI, similar to Uniswap, to 1inch, and so on. So once you go, as I mentioned, you submit the amount of assets you would like to trade. You also submit your minimum out. And instead of submitting your transaction straight away on-chain, as I mentioned, we are gathering intents and providing those intents to the solvers to provide you with the best possible solution. Let's have a closer look on it here. So if you can see here, it's super straightforward. Here is actually much more complicated. And to be honest, even not all the details are here. This is a super high level view on what is happening within these batch auctions. So we are gathering intents, which you can see here. What we do after, we are putting all the intents to the order book. And here is actually when the solver competition starts. So solver competition is basically a game where we say we're gathering all the intents and we're saying to the solvers, now the game starts. You need to provide with the best possible solution for the user. And here is the way how they can provide, Okay, so here is the way how they can provide those solutions. They can use a single transaction. So basically just connect an intent with a liquidity pool. It can be anything. It can be Uniswap, Balance, Balancer, it can be 1inch, and so on. Or they can be more creative, I put it this way, and connect them through peer-to-peer tradings, ring trades, including liquidity pools, and so on. So they really can, go in depth and search for the best possible solution for the users, be creative, and use all of those possible ways. Once the solutions are submitted back. So here actually should be also autopilot, which helps to provide, which helps kick on basically the competition and also gathers all the responses and choosing the best possible solution, the winner basically of the competition. And once the winner is submitted, then through the driver, we submit all the solutions in one transaction on chain. Is it clear? Perfect. I'm glad. Okay. So basically what solver competition is, it's a game which is played every few seconds, and the more specification you can find in CAP38. As I mentioned, there are a couple of ways how the solution can be executed. It's through single orders or through multiple orders when you have more users and you have various basically orders. So let's have a look. Let's have a closer look at the example of a trade. So this is a real trade, and here you can see very straightforward trade of 2 users where a ring-based trade actually is involved. So they use also liquidity pool of Uniswap with 3 pool, and they also use their own assets for submitting that. So basically ring trades, which is mentioned here. Okay. Purpose of the solver competition. So first of all, the centralization and reliability. We don't want to have it centralized at Cow, but we want to decentralize that and to involve more solvers to contribute to the users' success and to the users' assets and so on. So the second one is solving complex challenges. Some of the submissions are really challenging, especially with new assets, with new coins which we have on the market and so on. So there are more and more research are needed, and sometimes the solutions are really complex. Becoming a solver, guys. Here you need to pay a close attention, okay? What are actually the incentives of becoming solvers? So first of all, you provide the better price to the users. You are contributing to the space yourself. The second one is receiving rewards from the DAO. So Cow DAO allocates Cow tokens annually. to encourage participation in the competition. And for the instant, for the first year, we allocated 20 millions of cow. And in the second year, this year, we allocated 16 million cows. And you might think that the price is reducing, right? Not really, because the cow tokens are growing up, okay? And the third one is making the protocol more robust and decentralized. You got it. How to become the solver. So just contact the core team, ping them and say that you would like to be a solver. I will provide you with a Telegram group channel in the end of the presentation. The second one is you need to create a bonding pool. And here is a question, okay? Because the bonding pool is quite large. So the bonding pool is $500,000 of USDC and 1.5 million of cow tokens. Or we understand that not every solver can provide this amount of assets. And that's why we created our CowDAO creating its own bonding pool. And basically with the same amount of $500,000 of USDC and 1.5 million of CowDAO tokens. But there are some limitations. If you provide your own bonding pool, as I mentioned in the beginning of this, if you go back, where is that? As I mentioned, so here is a driver who is submitting the transaction on on-chain. So you basically can have your own driver. So it doesn't, it's not a CowDAO driver basically. But if you use a CowDAO bonding pool, you have some limitation. And let's talk about that more in details right now. So CIP7 describes more in details the requirements for a solver to join the competition. And if you are really interested to become a solver, I highly encourage you to go more in detail and to make your own research, since there are like literally lots of things. And unfortunately, despite of my big interest, I will be super glad to provide you with more information, but unfortunately, we will not be able to cover everything. And but I'm also open for more discussions today or tomorrow. Let's talk about why the bonding pools actually are needed. So why do we need to have this the bonding pool for the solvers? So first of all, the solvers get the direct access to the settlement contract, which accumulates fees, and malicious solver could drain these funds. Also, if the solver has a driver, receives an access to the private key. And the second one is to ensure that users get the highest possible price improvement. So a malicious solver could match them at a limit price. So we put lots of efforts to protect the users. The security is one of the biggest issues nowadays in DeFi. So we really want to take all the risks from solvers, from the users, and to delegate them to the parties as solvers, right? So we want to protect the users, and this is our key main point. That's why we really need to have those bonding pool, because of those reasons mentioned here. I spoke about the CowDAO bonding pool, right? A DAO managed solution for a smaller solver to join the competition. The onboarding process includes the following steps. And also, just a note that requires keeping 25% of cow rewards locked until the exiting the pool. The same as if they provide the full bond when they exit in the pool, if everything is fine, they receive their bond back. Okay? Here I should be like this. But we really want to have more solvers. We want to, and you might ask, like, why do you guys want to have more solvers, right? So at the moment, we are on Ethereum mainnet, we are on GnosisChain, and on June 4th, we launch on Arbitrum. So we are on those 3 chains. We are super proud of it, but of course we would like to grow more, because we want to be more visible, more accessible for the users. We want to give them even more values, and for that we need more solvers. So first of all, because we can grow on different chains, and also secondly, because we can have even higher, even better competition and provide even with better solutions for the users. So those are just two reasons which I would like to highlight, but there are of course much more things around that. So we created recently in May, I don't remember the exactly date, our CTO Felix proposed this CAP 44 for which says conditions and requirements for reduced bonding pool for solvers, especially individual solvers, because you can be as a team of solvers who contribute to CowDAO, or you can be also an individual solver, right? And at the moment we have 21 solver. So with the minimum initial deposit of 50K in yield-bearing stablecoins or ETH and $500,000 COW, you already can become a solver, but also you need to pay a target deposit within a year, which is 100K in yield-bearing stablecoins or ETH, plus 1 million COW, right? So this target deposit you will pay within the year, and how you will pay 50% of your rewards will be locked to fill the target deposit, and you also can pay, of course, yourself. And once it's filled, again, like you are fully providing all the support to the users, and you are a solver who are contributing to the competition, right? So we have those three options. First, you have a full bond with no limitations. Secondly, you have CowDAO bond, and the third one, you have reduced bonding requirements with some limitation, and more of them are specified in CAP 44, which I highly encourage you, if you would like to become a solver, to read more in details. Okay, so that's all. Guys, I would like you to scan this QR code with more links, and CowDAO provides various resources, including a testing environment for yourself, documentation, and API access to support contributors and solvers in their efforts. So if you would like to receive any more information, if you would like to see our data, please check all the information. And also, at the moment, we are hiring. We're hiring for the marketing role, but if you would like to join COW, feel free to reach me. And we also have a referral program, and just go on our website, cow.fi, F-I, and check more details. If you refer someone, you also receive a super, in my opinion, juicy referral bonus. And let's stay in touch. Feel free to reach me. Feel free to ask me any questions you would like. Feel free to connect and just have a look what CowDAO does. I would be more than glad to chat. And I would like to accept any questions you have right now. Do we have time?
Hello, and thank you for your speech. I have a question. So to run a solver, do you have a pre-built solver, or it should be built by me or ourselves if we wanted to run it?
Could you please specify a question? So how you...
So do you have like a pre-built solver that could be deployed and then bonded, or it should be built, for example, by me to be a solver? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, really good one. So it actually should be built by you. We can give you lots of guidelines, documentation, and we also can show you how it works. Or you can, again, like have a look yourself, because we have those information for any solver who would like to become a solver, but it should be done by you, so the deployment itself. I'm sorry? Thank you.
Hey, thanks for the talk. I kind of missed part of it, so maybe you already mentioned this. Are the solvers on-chain, or are they like solving off-chain?
Great question. I really like it. So the competition, the solver competition, is happening off-chain, and submitting the transaction, the final transaction which goes to the user, is on-chain.
Hello,
Hi.
and I want to ask a question about the name of the project. Why CowDAO?
Wow. That's an excellent question. I was waiting that someone will ask me for that. So cow means for coincidence of wants. When you want what I want what you want. That's actually refers to our users, that we have win-win solution that we provide to the users with the best possible executions and basically where they benefit out of transaction. And DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Anyone? More questions? No, I can see.
I just want to say big thank you to the organizers for making it happen. It's really great, and for all the people, for all the speakers, attendees who came from the abroad, guys, you did a long road, which actually I did myself, and told the Ukrainians, thank you. Перемога за нами. Слава Україні!
Thank you, Maria, for this inspiring speech. And actually, proceeding with this topic about Ukrainian win in this war, I would like to invite to the stage Alexander, the member of Ukrainian crypto community who assembles drones, FPV drones, and he will tell us more about his mission. And please donate to drones. The QR code is already here.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this possibility. So first, I would like to thank you, Kyiv Ethereum, for organizing this hackathon and for inviting such valuable guests, speakers, really cool. I will take just a couple of your minutes for non-crypto related stuff. So I presented myself Kazakh's FPV manufacturing. We assemble drones, I assemble them myself, and I brought a couple of simple models for you to check. And right now we're trying to raise money for one of subdivisions of Ukrainian National Guard, which is called the Punishment of Heaven. They are serving right now in Kharkiv region near Vovchansk. You all can imagine how hard is it right now. And we are trying to raise for such 10-inch drones that will be really helpful. These are bomber drones. We already raised for 1 7-inch drones from yesterday, yeah? So really thankful to everyone who donated. We really appreciate it. And if everyone has any question about assembling prices, accessories of drones, I could tell you everything I know. So, and we'll be thankful to everyone who will donate. So guys, we'll really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander, for your amazing work. And I know that our next speaker is ready, so let me introduce Raza, Developer Relations from Scroll, and the topic will be reasons to build on Scroll.
I can be seen. Okay, cool. I'm see on screen, very big. Hello, everyone. Honored to be here. Virtual beaming in, and yeah, I will kick it off by sharing my screen. Oh, I can't share my screen. If someone can make me a host, that would be great. I think Rostislav, if you can help me out. Yep, perfect. Right, I'm just going to share my screen. I don't think my screen is showing up, but oh, there it is. All right, perfect. Yeah, so today I'm gonna talk about why ETHKyiv ropes and why Scroll, reasons to build on Scroll. Slight change in my role. I used to be developer relations and now lead head of growth, but this is actually going to be one of my last talks at a hackathon. We'll have a new person joining, so actually super honored that I get to do this as one of my last talks. Still at Scroll, but a slightly different role. And so I will dive into it. What we have for ETHKyiv is 2.5K in prices. So this is just a quick rundown. We will have 3 prizes, 2 times $1,000 per team, plus an honorable mention, and 1 time a $500 team for a team. The criteria, really the hard criteria, is make sure it's deployed on Scroll Sepolia and verified the contract. So make sure in your README it's at the top so we can very easily verify it. And below you'll find some tips. Let's go. So what I want to talk to you about a little bit, I'm sure most of you know it. Most Ukrainian devs that I talk to, you know, you guys are above average quality, like you top devs. But for those who might not know how exactly ZK is used inside Scroll and for scalability, I will spend a little bit time on that. And so I like to do that through a story time. In a land far, far away, there's a king, and this king, what he wants is that every person in that kingdom needs to show the receipt for everything they buy. But the king is not so happy because, you know, it takes a lot of time to check all these transactions and all these receipts. So what he does is he hires an accountant and he tells, you know, I want you to check the receipt for every transaction and just give me a report with a stamp. But now, what if the accountant can be bribed and the king is, again, not so happy? So what the king then does is he gives the accountant a report generator. And this report generator only takes in the receipt in a very specific format, so the accountant cannot game the system. And now the report just gives, the report generator gives a report with a stamp, and the king is happy. You know, most of you who understand, let's say, how ZK rollups work can already relate that in this case, you know, the subjects are users, transactions, obviously transactions, and then the accountant in this case is the L2 scroll, which takes in these transactions, and we have a proof system that checks, you know, whether these transactions are valid. In this case, the report with a stamp. The stamp is the ZK proof, and the king in this case is the Ethereum, who we submit the transactions and the ZK proof with. And we'll go into deeper, let's say, the technical side of things in a bit, which is now is the scroll architecture. So in this case, what happens is a user, our technical stack has mainly, let's say, quote unquote, 3 layers. One is obviously Ethereum that has 2 main contracts, the bridge contract and the rollup contract. As you might know, on Scroll, the native currency is ETH. So you bridge ETH from Ethereum to Scroll. So that's the same for testnet. So if you are developing you will need to bridge some ETH from Sepolia testnet to Scroll testnet. Now, in our resources and also on our docs, there are faucets available for you. So if you want to just like get directly ETH on Scroll, no worries, we got you. You can go to the faucet and grab them. But then the second part is like, let's say our network, where you just interact with Scroll just the way you're used to with Ethereum. And then side by side, we have a proven network that basically takes data or the transaction data, and we'll go into it deeper in the next slide, but to generate these proofs. And then we pass these proofs to rollup contract. So on the rollup contract, we submit the transactions in a batch, and we basically submit the proof. And so if you look at the broader flow, what you can see is that when a transaction is sent to the sequencer, parallel to that, what happens is we send traces, data to the coordinated, and what happens is our proven network is activated, and we generate proofs to prove every single opcode, every single bytecode. And then we aggregate all these proofs and submit an aggregated proof for the batch. And then we submit that both together with the transaction on chain, so anyone can come in and validate that these transactions are correct. But the question is like, how fast is this and how does it exactly work? So when you do a transaction on Scroll, it's basically there are 3 levels of finality as we define. One is pre-committed. So when you submit a transaction, it's available 1 to 2 seconds after the transaction is submitted, and that's called pre-committed. In a matter of minutes, we batch all the transactions and commit them on chain. So in a few minutes, it's actually available already on Ethereum. And so if anyone wants to come in and check these transactions, they could. But at this stage, there's still trust involved on the sequencer. And so roughly in 10 minutes, what happens is our proof network is done, and it submits that proof on chain. And so now anyone can come in and validate that these transactions are correct. And you know, the main question is then, okay, how does this compare with an OP rollup? And so what it means is that, you know, it used to be with OP rollups used to have an arbitrary period of 7 days. Now went to 3.5 days, and that's their level of finality. So basically, if you want to bridge out of the rollup, you would need to have to wait 3.5 days. I'm not talking obviously about third-party bridges. I'm talking about the native bridge, and with Scroll, that is in matters of minutes, and that's the power of a ZK rollup. And this is not to throw shade. You know, I think the ecosystem does a great job of improving. You know, all L2s, you know, are doing a great job. But this is the main difference, let's say, between a ZK rollup and an OP rollup. And so when it comes to ZK rollups, generally in this space, you might think, okay, what's the difference between one ZK rollup with another? And this is where the reasons to build on Scroll start. So we take a lot of pride in being EVM compatible. And what that means is anything you do on Ethereum, you can do on Scroll, one-to-one. Especially after our latest upgrade, there are only a few, let's say, hashing mechanisms, very, very specific hashing mechanisms that aren't available yet, like bloXroute. But SHA-56, you know, the pre-compiles like EC pairing, which are very important for ZK tooling, they're all available. And so when you look at ZK rollups, generally speaking, you have, you know, one that's more on the EVM compatible, so bytecode compatibility, and one you have on language compatibility. And so ZK Sync is, for instance, an example of a language compatible ZK rollup. And the trade-off is that if you're closer to Ethereum, the dev experience is more superior, but the proof generation takes a hit on performance. Now, you will say, this is based on actually Vitalik's article with a type 1, 2, 3, 4. The reason why I'm not showing that one is what you're seeing is that, again, all L2s are making great improvements, and at Scroll, we're committed to delivering the best product too for the developers. And so we're making enhancements on optimization. So our next upgrade will come soon, and that means that, you know, even though the performance takes a hit on a more EVM compatible chain, which means the gas prices are higher, the gas prices are going to go lower and lower, and I'm very confident by the end of this year we will be on par with, let's say, a language compatible ZK rollup. So that's why this depiction is, let's say, you know, still, I would say it was more of a snapshot, but EVM compatibility, closer to EVM compatibility, i.e. every dev tool that works the same as it works on Ethereum, you know, basically used to take like a significant hit, let's say, on performance, but not anymore. So the power of Scroll is in EVM compatibility, and that we're close to the Ethereum ecosystem. The second reason why Scroll, why build on Scroll, is that we were not the first ZK rollup to launch. You know, there were other ZK rollups that launched before us, but we focused heavily on security first, making sure that, you know, the chain is super reliable and secure, and we've continuously to double down on that with our latest implementation of the multi-prover, which means that there are multiple proving systems. So what is better than one proof? It's multiple proofs, because what if a circuit has a bug, right? Then that means that I'm proving the wrong thing. So what we are doing is we implemented multi-proofs. Well, it will be fully implemented soon, and that means that the security of the chain goes higher. And while we're doing this, we're also hyper-optimizing to make sure that the gas fees remain low, and soon we will think about throughput. And so developer experience is very important, but also for a very specific case, which is ZK compatibility. Now, I'm going to tell you another story before I talk about what ZK compatibility is. This is a picture of me and Ahmed. We were hacking last year in ETH Barcelona, and I thought, you know what, let's build a ZK voting app. So anyone can come in, can vote, their cast, and no one would know. And so I thought, okay, you know, user logs in, we will generate a proof upon casting the vote, and then we verify that ZK proof on chain. Easy peasy, right? Well, not exactly. And Ahmed is our specialized dev role in ZK. And so this is where my meltdown started. And if you know your hackathon, you're going to have this moment too, but don't worry. You know, this is usually around the midnight, 2, 3 a.m. Phase. But what I found out that there is actually a lot more when it comes to ZK, and especially when you want to do it on rollups. And so one of the powers that we have at Scroll, and one of the powers that we have as, let's say, being EVM compatible, is that these tools are built for Ethereum, which means that everything needs to work the same on on the ZK rollup, which every opcode, every all the hashing mechanism, the precompiles. And so this is from the docs from Noir. Noir Lang is a language I'm very I really enjoy using, because it's a DSL, a domain-specific language to generate proofs. But here you can see in the document, not all EVM chains support EC pair, notably ZK VMs. And so we pride ourselves that we do support that, which means that if you want to integrate ZK in your application, you don't have to worry, it will work on Scroll. And so in the most simplest way, when you devs are going to start building, you'll have two parts to when it comes to ZK, which is building the circuit, and the second part is deploying the verification contract to verify that this ZK is indeed valid. And when you do that, you need to look at the chain and say, okay, cool, but that means that an EVM chain, when you look deeper, it needs to support certain things for you. And these are curves, hashes, hash mechanisms, precompiles, and as a dev, you need to evaluate that. And this is, again, another reason for you to build on Scroll, is because you don't need to worry about that. We support these things that for these ZK tools that are built for Ethereum. And then some other considerations you need to make is that on the right side is performance. Especially when you do client-side or mobile, you'll find that proof generation, and this is outside of Scroll, proof generation, we're not quite there yet. They're great libraries, but proof generation can take a lot of time. And by the way, if you're going to do this on mobile, quick warning, I bricked my phone because I was running proofs on my phone, and then it got hot, and over the course of 2 months, my battery completely died. So it was like through a lot of testing for a specific project, but proof generation, is still very, very intensive, even though this is maybe already a little bit outdated. There are very, very cool client-side circuits and SDK being launched. And so this is, more looking back, that calling out the SHA-256. SHA-256 is known as a ZK unfriendly hashing mechanism. And I'm really, really proud that due to our last upgrade in April or end of March, we also support SHA-256. And 1559, just calling it out, very, 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 very soon. So think in a matter of weeks, we will have that support for 1559 too. And so at the end of the day, if you look at, let's say, 2023, we had the fastest growing ecosystem. And that is because the dev experience, something I take a lot of pride in, was superior. And this was known across our ecosystem and felt through the developers. And so if you look at like a simple, way of looking at how Scroll interacts with Ethereum, is that even on, if you want another reason to build, is that you could deploy your contract on Scroll, but we inherit the security of Ethereum, and all our data is posted on Ethereum. So you could even use state proofs to access the data on Ethereum without even interacting with Scroll directly. The last thing I'll say is that building on Scroll, we have very much a community-first approach. And you know what? My team members are like a far better role model and example for this, and I will call this out, is that, we've been listening to our community when it comes to gas fees, and I'll tell you now, keep an eye out. Very, very, very soon, we will have an upgrade and we will lower the gas fees. And very, very soon, we're coming with a grant program where we will be able to support devs and projects, and you'll be able to apply. But already today, we've got initiatives that, where we support devs want to build and take you from 0 to 1 and then 1 and above and beyond. And so if you are curious, if you want to get in touch with the team, we're very open. Feel free to reach out and DM me. more than happy to help build together and make you guys successful. You can find me anywhere online on at Raza Codes, and I'm more than happy to support and help you guys build the ecosystem. I hope this talk was useful. Again, I'm super honored to be here, and hope to see amazing projects being built. If there are any questions, more than happy to take them.
Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Okay, so audience says that everything is clear. Thank you very much, Raza, for your participation today. Here's applauses for you.
Thanks so much. And yeah, I just want to say thank you for having me, and I truly hope everyone is safe and remains safe. And I pray for a bright future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care, guys. Bye bye.
Okay, our next speaker will join us online at 11:30, so you have a few minutes to give yourself a drink. Hey everyone, please come back to the lecture hall. We will start soon. We are starting just in a minute, so please come back. So we are back, and our next speaker is Tian Li, who is joining us online. He is co-founder of Pendle Finance, and the topic is Pendle, what is next?
Yeah, thanks for taking the time, and it's a pleasure to be here, share about Pendle and what we are up to in the next couple of months. So as a way of introduction, I'm CEO, co-founder of Pendle, and I have been involved in the crypto space professionally since 2017, and have seen through quite a couple of cycles, bull and bear, since then. Have had the privilege to work with some of the most capable and competent people in the sector, and the journey has been extremely fruitful for me personally. So yeah, just a quick introduction on the protocol itself. So Pendle is the largest rate swaps protocol for fixed rates and yield trading in DeFi. What Pendle does is to take in a yield-bearing asset, such as STETH, EETH, or more recently like SUSDE, and split it into a principal token and yield token. So with these two parts separated from each other, they can be traded independently, and the outcome of which is the creation of fixed rates and floating rate markets. And when we started out, we were mostly inspired by the idea of creating interest rate swaps. And just for a quick background, right? Like, we started this protocol in 2020, and the whole motivation for us to start this protocol was because my co-founders and we were farming a lot of shitcoins, the food coins that were offering maybe 10 to 20,000% APY. So we knew that as much as we liked the idea of having high APYs, we were also quite certain that there was no way to lock in the yield, even if it's like 50, 20%. So we looked around and we wanted an instrument that could enable us to achieve our objective of locking in yield, but there just wasn't any. And when we compared the state of crypto at that point in time to a matured financial sector, it occurred to us that fixed income products are arguably the largest segments in the whole of the financial sector, but it was largely absent in crypto. And our view then was that if we anticipate more liquidity were to flow into the ecosystem, and with more professional money managers handling large amount of funds in crypto, then there needs to be a way for them to manage their yield exposure. And I think, generally speaking, a responsible money manager would want to have a combination of fixed rates and floating rates exposure. So that in itself, we thought was a very meaningful problem statement and prompted us to think about the design. And for us, we opted for the splitting of a yield-bearing asset into PT and YT was because we knew that we were operating in a very nascent sector. And at that point in time in Q4 2020, Aave and Compound collectively, they were already commanding about $20 billion in TVL. And then there's Pendle. And we have unproven track record. We have nothing to showcase to other people. So we thought it would make a lot more sense to build on top of Aave Compound instead of competing for liquidity against them. That's why we pioneered the splitting of a yield-bearing asset into PT and YT. So our first markets then was actually, we had two markets that we launched with. One was AUSDC, and then the other one was CDAI from Compound. So we've come a long way since 2020. And today, with the Pendle that is currently operating is actually Pendle V2, which was launched in December of 2022. So I just want to highlight a couple of high-level differences between the V1 and V2. And I think the AMM design for V2 was largely motivated by some of the shortcomings and bottlenecks that we observed in V1 that was launched in 2021. So between 2021 and 2022, we actually didn't have a lot of traction, but we had a live product that allowed us to capture useful data and make meaningful observations of how people interacted with our protocol, and then incorporated those learnings into the design of Pendle V2. So firstly, I think when we thought about the design of Pendle AMM, we wanted to make sure that it was friendly to liquidity providers, and it was actually meaningful for liquidity providers from the APY standpoint. That's why we designed Pendle AMM to be capital efficient. So between V1 and V2, there was actually 200 times improved efficiency in the capital utility. So this part was taking inspirations from Uniswap concentrated liquidity, right? And so the liquidity that is deposited works harder, and it should generate higher APY for the liquidity providers. And then we were also quite clear to our liquidity providers that there were multiple sources of revenue. So generally, when it comes to liquidity provision into AMM pools, because the yield-bearing asset gets deposited into the pool contract will actually be absorbing any kind of native tokens that were paid out by the underlying protocol. But in this case, what Pendle does differently is to pass on those native tokens that were paid out from, for example, protocols like Aave and Compound, and pass it on to the user. So they don't compromise on the liquidity provision part. And we try to minimize opportunity costs for liquidity providers. And of course, it is really specialized for yield trading. So aside from just having concentrated liquidity, right, we also customize it for all types of yield assets. So meaning to say we are not I mean, Pendle can support many different types of yield-bearing assets. For example, from the money markets, from yield optimizers like Yearn and a couple of others, and more interestingly, the AMM protocols as well. So these days we try to focus on the restaking assets, but that shouldn't confine us on the types of assets that can be supported on Pendle. And one other aspect that I think is quite important that concerns a lot of liquidity provider is the impermanent loss aspect, right? Because with most other AMMs, when a user deposits liquidity into a pool, there's always a consideration for impermanent loss. And the way we design the Pendle AMM is to eliminate this as much as possible. So generally speaking, for a liquidity provider, as long as they deposit the liquidity and leave it in the pool until mature and withdraw it only after maturity, the pool, like the user will not incur any kind of impermanent loss. And this is a very important aspect because this is structured almost like an up-only liquidity pool. So we were able to obtain quite a substantial amount of support from multiple different types of liquidity multiple different liquidity providers in the beginning, and then gradually, I think for the entirety of last year, we were able to build on top of several major narratives, and then I think for a big part of this year, we also rode on the back of restaking and points trading to grow to the state that we are at the moment. Now, so I just want to share very quickly some of the things that we value internally as we went from Pendle V1 to V2. So these are the 4 core values that we believe in very deeply, and we practice it internally as a team. So when we launched Pendle V2, we made it a point to have an iterative product development process. So meaning to say that the product that we launched in December 2022 was not the end state, because we will be interacting with many users and with many different data points. We should continue to improve on the product. And true enough, I think we have made many different changes, and we've experimented with multiple different types of UI UX. Some worked, some didn't, and for the ones that didn't work out, we just eliminated them and then move on. And I think the other point is investment in growth and business development. This is especially important, I think, in the case of crypto, because it is not uncommon to come across a team that has very solid tech development competency, and they have fantastic product, but they don't invest enough resources to get the distribution. And unfortunately, when that investment was lacking, usually they don't get the kind of traction that they wish they could. And over time, the product just becomes irrelevant. So this is where we try to do things a bit differently. We have invested in many different educational resources to try to get users to understand what Pendle is. And we have also constructed many different use cases and case studies that users can refer to very easily to try to understand some of the opportunities that prevails on Pendle. So some of these educational outlets include like our docs, our educational portal, and then Pendle Intern. So these are very deliberate resources that we design to help users understand our product. And then on the business development front, we actually spend a lot of time to explain to our end users and potential target users the propositions. So what I shared about the Pendle AMM with you, we've done it in person with many different money managers in the past, or even until today. So we have been very aggressive in in just trying to get users to understand the proposition of Pendle. And if there is an overlapping interest, we try to help them ease the onboarding process for them and be there to support them to the best of our ability. And from our observation, the conversion has generally been quite healthy. And then, of course, I think like in crypto, it helps to stay on top of trends because narratives change from time to time. And what we try to do is really to focus on narratives that matter, meaning to say they are, because like in crypto, things move so quickly, but on an annual basis, there are probably 2 or 3 trends that will be more meaningful than others. For example, this year, restaking is one of the more important trends, and we asserted Pendle and affiliated the brand with this particular narrative and figure out a way to help users benefit from this particular movement. And most importantly, I think it's having the attitude of continuous experimentation. So this, I think, is an attitude that all teams should adopt if you want to, just excel in a fast-moving environment like the one in crypto that we're all somewhat involved in, because things move and things change all the time. Sometimes the ideas that you have today might work, but tomorrow, because of changing environment, it might not. And similarly, things might not work today, but in a matter of time, maybe a month or 2 later, because of certain catalysts, the idea that you thought of today could work because of changing environment. So it helps to have all these different ideas in place and then very structurally experiment with some of them. You never know what might work out. So as a case in point, when we started out Pendle V2, we actually experimented with quite a lot of different narratives. We attempted to affiliate Pendle with the NFT ecosystem by supporting ApeCoin and LooksRare. That didn't work out too well. We've also positioned Pendle as a low cap gem. That also didn't work out too well. And we also positioned Pendle and trying to affiliate the sector that we're operating in to interest rate swaps in TradFi and try to help users understand the market potential there. That didn't work out too well. But what stuck was actually the LST narrative at the beginning of last year. And I think that because it stuck around, and I think for the rest of the year, people kind of associated Pendle with LSTs like STETH and RETH, and we gradually build up a brand reputation from there. So it's just one form of experimentation, but there are many aspects, for example, in growth and also the product side that requires quite consistent experimentation. So this is just a little bit of the traction that it's just an illustration of the traction that we had. So we launched Pendle end of 2022. For the entirety of last year, we capped at around $250 million in TVL. This year, because of continuous experimentation and also luck, we saw very significant growth from 250 million TVL to now approaching $7 billion in TVL. So again, we have been very fortunate with the restaking narrative and the points narrative, and we have been great beneficiaries of the growth of, for example, ETHKyiv, Renzo, Ethena, and then more recently Circuit. And without these partners, we wouldn't have achieved as much traction. But also, what was consistent was the strategies that we adopted, basically identifying major narratives from just looking at what people pay attention to, and then do our best to affiliate with these different narratives that could make sense. And then collectively, I think the cumulative trading volume for most of last year, it was relatively flat. On a daily basis, we would be very happy if the trading volume hovers at around 300 to 500 grand a day. today we generally average at around $100 million to $150 million per day. So the climb was actually pretty drastic, and we will do our best to sustain that growth. Now, so next up for Pendle, we actually have quite a few parts that we are working on very actively. So for example, we want to have a sustained involvement in the restaking sector, because we have seen the interest from the community in the restaking sector through Eigen Layer in the first half of the year. And all the LRT protocols like ETHKyiv, Renzo, Kelp have been major players in this space. And we've also worked with all of them to cultivate this ecosystem. Now, more recently, we see new entrants in the space, such as Karak and Symbiotic. We think that these protocols have a lot of potential and can help accelerate the growth of the entire restaking sector. And we want to position Pendle to help these upcoming protocols to improve the adoption. So now, just 2 days ago, we launched several symbiotic markets. And then yesterday, we launched a new symbiotic market for ETHKyiv. And then we will observe how the market responds to it. But so far, from what we can tell, the appetite for the restaking sector remains very strong. Now, on the second part, it's involvement in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So similar to our view on the restaking sector, we think that the Bitcoin ecosystem in the second half of the year can be a pretty dominant narrative in the second half of the year. This is because Bitcoin is the single largest asset in crypto and DeFi. And even if 1% of that value gets utilized for DeFi, it is actually a very meaningful amount. My personal belief is that a lot of users would actually want to have a safe and trusted way to utilize their Bitcoin to generate wealth. And I believe that in the second half of the year, we will see some of these optionalities made available for users. So things like Babylon would be very interesting. And then protocols that are building on top of Babylon, they will sprout out, and we will have to figure out a strategy to work with these protocols and help improve adoption in this particular segment. And the same kind of mantra also extends to other promising chains. So we see a lot of very promising chains up and coming, and we will do our best to help them grow. And then one last point is on Pendle v3. So what we have so far with Pendle is Pendle v2. So we are currently making a new implementation that is scheduled for launch at the end of the year. So this, to the extent that I can share, will enable leverage yield trading, because we see how yield trading is currently behaving, and it's already becoming quite a popular instrument in its current state. And we want to scale it up to enable more different types of use cases. So more of this will be shared with the community in a couple of months. So stay tuned for that. And finally, I just want to share some opportunities that we see on top of Pendle. So because there is actually quite a substantial amount of liquidity that's built on top of Pendle, we are seeing quite a number of other protocols building products that utilizes Pendle's liquidity. So these are just some ideas that I think could be interesting and useful for the consideration of fellow builders here, but they are not by no means the only ones to consider. So firstly, I just want to point out Yield Optimizer, right? Because one of the things that we see with Pendle is that by design, Pendle has component of maturity. So every pool will actually mature at some point in time. And so far, we have been very actively pushing for adoption of PT as collateral. But for some money markets, they like the idea of PT, but they would prefer that PT continues to generate yield for a long, long time, ideally perpetually. So with pedal markets, because of the maturity in place, there needs to be a rolling system that can help users roll their funds to new maturities when the pool matures. So for example, if I have an asset that will mature at the end of this year, today I'll have to withdraw the liquidity from the pool and then manually deposit it into the new pool that might mature next year, end of next year, right? So a yield optimizer can potentially lubricate the process and take away the need to do manual rolling. So user will only have to deposit once, and then the strategy will roll over the asset from a mature pool to a pool that is newly launched automatically without the intervention of the liquidity depositor. And if a user wants to withdraw, they can do so anytime they want. And then lending is another one that we think could be interesting as well. So we see a lot of, again, like we have been very actively pushing for adoption of PT as collateral to lending markets specifically. And we see interesting strategies happen on Silo, Dolomite, and a couple of these money markets. So I think there could potentially be other forms of lending that could take place, for example, like CDP that utilizes PT assets. So yeah, user deposit a PT asset that generates yield, and then these assets can be used as collateral to borrow maybe stablecoin or some other assets. Yeah, basically to help improve the overall liquidity of the underlying. And the last part is actually structured products. So things like index would be of interest because some people, they want exposure of multiple different protocols. Today, they might have to individually deposit assets into each of these pools, and then when time's up, they have to manually withdraw. So an index protocol can help automate the distribution of exposure across multiple different maturities or multiple different types of assets. So that's one idea which can help improve user experience. And then the other one is, yeah, any kind of utilization of YT. We think there's a lot of potential with YT assets, and we also are of the opinion that YT attracts a very unique type of user base. So generally, the risk appetite of YT holders or YT traders is on the higher end of the spectrum. So if there are instruments that can help them maximize yield, it could potentially gain decent amount of traction. So these are just some ideas, yeah, but not necessarily. These are just some ideas, but I'm sure there are a lot more that can be done with the Pendle protocol. So finally, I think like if you have any ideas that you want to work on that can potentially utilize Pendle, we'd be happy to connect with you. So these are two ways that you can connect with us: Discord, and also like Pendle's Twitter account. So reach out to us. Let us know how we can be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There were applauses for you. Does anyone have any questions? Please raise your hand. No, I think that everything was clear. Thank you for your lecture for us, for presentation. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Right, thanks.
Okay, and our next speaker will join me on the stage offline. Let me introduce Leona, founder of Intmax. And applauses.
Hi, nice to meet you guys. So I'm Leona from Intmax, and I want to make a brief, my greetings in Ukrainians in 30 seconds. And let's start from here. So, вчера я думав, и подобрался ими дуревскабав, що слава Україні було б добре, але я подумав, що приємно познайомитися було б краще. Як ще гадають, то люди з Zikesing і Plonky 3, Plonky 2, дури Ukrainians і українські криптодрузидізм чудові. Не тому, що нас вина чи щось таке, я просто прийшов припитися найкращими Ethereans. Це складно, тому далі я буду говорити English. Actually, no, I finished the most difficult part, so I'm really relieved to proceed the presentation. Look, Ukrainian characters are super difficult, so I kind of changed all the stuff to Japanese kind of characters, and it's quite a nightmare. So, okay, let's start the easier part. So I'm a co-founder of Intmax, and we are providing stateless layer 2. And I did not come here to advertise my project. Actually, I want to talk about the statelessness and the privacy and also freedom at the same time. Okay. So what is stateless in the context of crypto? So it's not about a person without passport. So I'm not traveling a lot of countries, so I can say myself is stateless. But yeah, no, actually in the context of crypto, no, stateless is all about being small block. What is small block? So in 2017, there's a huge conflict in Bitcoin space. No, it was Bitcoin Cash versus Bitcoin Core, and it was all about small blocks or big blocks. What's the demerit of big blocks? No, big sounds perfect, right? So, but the big blocks make a kind of huge requirement for nodes sometimes, and it limits the number of nodes. Means that it limits the decentralization sometimes, and so it can be stoppable by some entity, powerful entity, or it can be kind of controllable by some entities or governments and these kind of stuff. So right now, Bitcoin and maybe of course, our Ethereum, it's unstoppable. And if United States and Chinese government combined together, they cannot stop these kind of public blockchain, and what this is making blockchain space so mysterious and also kind of powerful. So small blocks is somehow good, and recently Ethereum went blob, which is called 4844 or plot dunk-sharding. It's meaning that it's having both good side of these sides, small block and big block. So it's like maintaining their small block merit, decentralization, and also their provides their scalability as big blocks by providing their temporal big block, and it's quite cool. And stateless is all about being small blocks. And stateless layer 2 brings scalability and privacy at the same time. And this is what Intmax is doing. And recently these stateless layer 1 style like Valkyrie tree and many kind of stateless technologies happening, which is mainly done by Ethereum Foundation people and of course Vitalik. And stateless layer 1 makes a very scalable, decentralized layer 1. Stateless layer 2 makes the extreme scalability and privacy at the same time, which is super powerful. This is a kind of, it's like a chart on the back of the package of cereal, right? There's a calcium under vitamin or calorie or these kind of stuff. Chart graph is I presume that the package of cereals, they have these kind of stuff on the back. And what we provide her, what I want to say with this chart is there's a trade-off. There's a statelessness, it means a small block under scalability, decentralization. This is a stateless pole, under capital efficiency pole is left there, and online safety is kind of being free from the requirement of running node. This is an offline safety, which directly connected to the UX, a good UX of the blockchain. And let's say our stateless layer 2, there's the two example, Lightning Network and Intmax. And Lightning Network, due to their limitation of Bitcoin script, they have quite very good scalability sometimes, but the other aspect, they're very challenging, like need of channel capacity and need of requirement of running node. And so basically Lightning Network is somehow doing well, but also having a huge challenge still. It's all about Bitcoin. And Intmax provides almost perfect in terms of this chart. I'm selecting this chart intentionally, so of course it will be good. And there's a many kind of elements under metrics in blockchain space, of course. So like EVM compatibility functionality and these kind of stuff. But actually it's fair. And we can correct the many things at the same time. This is the power of statelessness. So anyway, don't trust, verify, and of course I sometimes pick up good metrics for me, but I think it's fair enough. Oops. So, okay, the next part is what is the price of privacy? So I said the statelessness provide privacy and scalability at the same time. And okay, let's talk about privacy more. And okay, what is the price of privacy? Can you measure that? So we up to say that I have more privacy, less privacy. I enhance the privacy. We lost privacy. But what is the privacy? And we can presume the value of privacy by seeing market cap of Facebook and Google actually, because they don't take much money from user side, but they are using the privacy of users to make a business, right? So we can presume the value of privacy, online privacy, by looking at the market cap of Facebook and Google. And second thing is that how much do you pay if you can get their entire privacy? You can hide anything and you can have a full control of privacy. How much do you pay? How many dollar or grivna do you pay? This is one of the way to presume the value of privacy. And third part, actually, the privacy, many privacy are sold in a dark web under kind of dark market. So if we can check the price, we can actually see the price of privacy. And next interesting question is that what is the unit of privacy? So, okay, the volume, like it's a square meter or square centimeter, we can measure the volume, right? We can measure weight by gram, kilogram, right? What is the unit of privacy? When I say I have more privacy, less privacy. No, what's the unit of the privacy, right? Actually, it's not defined, and maybe I presume that we can use our enthalpy or mutual enthalpy or these kind of measure, which is common in informatics science. But actually, it's not defined. So when I say my privacy level is 530,000, what does it mean? This is a unexplored topic under, if you get into that, maybe I am guaranteed that it's a fascinating problem to solve. Oops. And privacy is literally safety in this today's world. In 2022, so many crimes targeting crypto holders happened under, people already forget that because in 2022, more kind of terrible stuff have happened like FTX, so people already forgot that. But each bubbles, it reminds remind people that they need privacy. And in 2022, the physical attack against the crypto holders also get high on the peak, and it was super big problem. So yeah, if you got kidnapped and asked how much money do you have, maybe they will ask you first. And being able to hide your whole asset or not makes so much difference. And people realize that end of the kind of bubble cycle always. In 2017, people were talking about that, and in 2020, end of the 2021, people were talking about that. And right now, people are forgetting about that, but people will remember again. When ETHKyiv or these kind of stuff are promotes the maker big hype or something like that. So it's really important. And privacy is literally one of the part of the safety and the safety itself right now. So we can presume that the cryptographers and nerds people kind of think like crypto attack against crypto, like the hacker wanna make a super big computer and break that, and they will retreat or give up that because it's super strong security. Oh, it's a 4096-bit RSA security, so I cannot break that. I will give up this attack. No, it doesn't go like that way. And what would actually happen in many places? I have a $5 range and kidnap people and just punch them, and they will kind of release the whole crypto. This is what we call 5 range attack. So privacy is, of course, it's normal, and it was a part of security. And why don't we have privacy? And so people should not know or see each other so much, actually, to respect each other, right? I'm a bit feel awkward and guilty to kind of insert such a kind of ethical slide into this technical page. But privacy is quite normal. So interesting topic I'm focusing on right now is how to reward privacy. And in this ETHKyiv hackathon, I'm providing such a topic under. I hope some guys are dealing this problem. How to reward privacy is quite an interesting topic. So let's say there's a Intmax is a, let's say, privacy protocol. And if you, Alice, Bob, Carol deposit one ETH together, and one ETH got withdrawn, can you tell this where this Ether came from? Maybe you cannot, right? But if there's no Bob and Carol's, it's obviously Alice, right? So just using privacy protocol make a contribution to privacy and help the others. It's quite interesting features we cannot see in the other protocol in this crypto space. For example, airdrop. Maybe some of you guys are doing airdrop, yes, and many people are struggling to have a kind of reward the correct people, like came to deposit Ether to this network and stay 5 months and do many activities, and all this is true contributors and truly benefiting their ecosystem. So we will do the airdrop. It's kind of complex, right? And it's really hard to do this correctly, actually. But in privacy protocol, it's super easy. Just come in and just coming out makes contribution. It's quite interesting feature. So yeah, if you think about this, it will be really interesting, I guess. What is the problem in kind of rewarding privacy? Yeah, let's say there's two people, Alice and Bob, is depositing Ether, and there's a two address withdrawing Ether from contract, and one address send money back to Alice's address. There's no incentive for Bob to do this, so it's obviously Alice. So we can tell that this address P is Bob's one, right? And so Alice is, she doesn't make any contribution privacy, but if we reward them, yeah, she can get reward without contribution privacy, right? So this is one of the problem. The other problem is that, yeah, there are so many farmings like this. So we cannot tell these instant address as owner, but it doesn't matter. What people want to see is their kind of destination, the final address, which have Ether outside of protocol or outside of this contract. So let's say these four withdrawing and depositing, this doesn't make any sense, actually. No, this is another problem. Oh, how much time do I? Oh, we have time. Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. So this is also the problem should be solved. Okay, then this is what we were doing, and yeah, privacy was important, and rewarding privacy is important topic and the interesting topic. I believe that I could convey that well. So then, actually, why do we need kind of privacy, freedom, and sovereignty, decentralization on Ethereum? People might think that there's a competition like between L1s and these kind of stuff. And I truly believe that Ethereum is not an innovation. It's but a revolution. And what is different where's the difference between innovation and the revolution? So yeah, there are many innovations in the space, making something faster, making something more kind of good UX or these kind of stuff, or making something convenient, what we call kind of innovation. But okay, Ethereum is not kind of innovation. It's but a revolution. It's more impactful and more actually innovative. So why don't we call industrial revolution industrial innovation? Because it's super impactful, so impactful that we cannot say this is just innovation, right? So Ethereum is kind of revolution, which is kind of competing the existing whole finance system, which is driven by paper and law enforcement. The paper and law enforcement is their basis on this current today's world, and I don't underappreciate what the paperwork are doing to maintain this society. But yeah, the Ethereum is all kind of updating this point, and that's why it's political sometimes, and it's a revolution now. not just a technical innovation. And another stuff revolution is different from innovation is it needs courage and it needs communication, and yeah, that's different stuff. Staying just an innovation. So cryptography is actually the most political technology so far in digital world. It started with military stuff like maybe you watch the movie like imitation game or describing Enigma stuff. And midway they're kind of breaking the Japanese cryptography to the fight with Japanese army. And yeah, Bitcoin, maybe some of you guys know this paper, very famous paper. The times it was about the financial stuff, but this chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks, this article was put into the genesis block of Bitcoin and maintains its political kind of decorrelation. And still Bitcoin community has a strong political philosophy. And yeah, cryptography is really political technology so far in this space. So yeah, what I want to say is, yeah, crypto, it's a kind of natural that, unfortunately, unnaturally, crypto is really political technology. So yeah, crypto people should stay and can stay political sometimes. Yeah, let's stay politically hungry, let's stay politically foolish. And some of you guys might say that, no more stupid people on X, or no more stupid influencers on Twitter. But yeah, people can stay politically political and stay foolish and hungry. There's right, by their right, I guess. So our mission is scaling Ethereum with privacy and making privacy normal and investable. This is sometimes it's a bit political, sometimes it's quite needed. And that's why I'm super kind of optimistic and also enthusiastic about these stuff. So yeah, this is our end, and yeah, I think that privacy is a part of safety, and kind of privacy is a part of freedom. And freedom is much more valuable than just being smart, just being beautiful. And yeah, valuable than being powerful, in my opinion. So if you were if I was like these guys, like Einstein brain with huge muscles, and I don't know they are beautiful or not, but yeah, it's if I was such a person, if I was in a cage, there's no value under, there's no kind of valuable life I can spend hard there, right? So yeah, freedom is much more valuable than being smart and being beautiful, being powerful in my mind. And that's why I enthusiastic about privacy at the same time. So thank you so much. This is end.
Thank you very much. Do we have some questions to Leona? Yes.
Hey, Leona. Thanks for the speech. The question that I have is actually more like controversial, but really interested to hear your thought on that. So the privacy is really interesting. It's cool that you could kind of hide the owner of the wallet in order for anyone else to be able to see that. But this raises another question. How do we make sure that we make less harm than good, and there is no money washing, no funds that are going from, I don't know, for terrorists or something like that? Because there are a lot of, let's say, superstitions and stereotypes about crypto that many crypto is funding a lot of dirty money and so on. So how do we make sure that the funds that are moving throughout the mixture, let's call it this way, they're not actually interacting with any kind of that activity? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. And it's actually the most it's the hottest topic in privacy space, in my opinion, right now. And there are a lot of people are dealing with new types of new version privacy. And yeah, recently, it was half a years ago. Yeah, Vitalik and the other researchers are, I forgot his name, but he's Amin. Yeah, and he's some of guys from chain analysis, and their privacy pool, which is regulation friendly, and each people can prove that their fund is not coming from specific addresses. This means that they can declare that some kind of funds are not coming from criminals' money. If there are people outside can detect that these are depositing addresses are criminal addresses. This is very cool. And in my architecture, we are using the regulation-friendly tracers or these kind of stuff to limit the deposit. So after the limit of the deposit, after the depositing, everything will be clean and decentralized and of course scalable. And yeah, these are good aspect of crypto, or all of them are there after depositing limitation. And I think that's more easier way, so I'm working on that. But there are many bunch of innovative solutions to attacking this problem. And yeah, I think that it's solvable problem. And also, let's say we have this treatment is maybe in 5 years or 10 years, in my opinion. It's just presuming that. If it's not, I will adapt myself to the new environment. But yeah, I think that in 10 years, people would find that it's really easy to limit their money transfer, in my opinion, because, okay, in internet, it's really hard to limit their way to communication, right? So there's so many channels, and maybe I can send a message to the boss of some, their Colombian mafia or something like that. Maybe I can find a way to contact him, right? Like the way it's really difficult to, it's really easy to send value or some kind of asset to him at the same time. So it's a world of internet, so it's really getting more and more complex. And in 10 years, I think that people will realize that it's really hard to limit the transfer of asset in effective way, ultimately effective way. And the problems already happen in banking space, actually, and yeah, people are start to realize that, and I don't know how much time they take to conclude that, but yeah, in 10 years, people will start to say that limiting money transfer or asset transfer is not effective, and we need to deal with that, and we need to have another solution, more focusing on the physical solution like cameras and these kind of stuff to weaken the criminals people, I guess. So, but yeah, anyway, in 5 years or 10 years, the regulation-friendly privacy is totally needed. So it's really, I really appreciate asking that question. It's a really important question.
I agree. Do we have more questions? No, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks so much.
I want to invite to the stage Alexander, who is actually assembling drones, FPV drones for Ukrainian army. And here he is.
Hello, everyone. I've been here before, maybe someone remembers me. So my name is Alexander, and I'm representing a crypto part of community who also assembles FPV drones for our army. We called Cossacks FPV Manufacturing, and I brought a couple simple models for you to show what we are doing. We also assemble much bigger and specific models, but unfortunately I cannot disclose those things with you. So we are right now trying to raise funds for National Guard of Ukraine to produce some drones for them, and we already raised funds to assemble around 4 drones. I'm really thankful to everyone who donated, and thankful to everyone who thinks to donate in the future. So thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you, Alexandra. Our next speaker will join us online, but we need to wait a few minutes. It's a small technical issue. We will start the net presentation quite soon. So the speaker is Pranjal from Cyber. He's developer relations engineer, and the topic is reimagining Web3 social applications with Cyber Layer 2. So our next speaker is joining us. Say hi to Pranjal. Hi.
Hey everyone. All right. Yes. So I'll just share my screen. There you go. So yeah, welcome everyone. In this presentation, I'll be talking more about how you can build social applications onto Web3, which currently we don't see a lot happening. I think there is a very wide gap. I'm going to be going over a few use cases and how Cyber is trying to solve that with the layer 2. So yeah, that's the idea. Just to go over what we are going to cover in this presentation. I will be giving everyone an introduction to the Cyber L2. A brief overview of the infrastructure behind Cyber L2. I'm going to be going over some of the use cases which are socially inclined. And then we'll try to understand about the Cyber L2 features in details. And then at the end, I'll try to share some of the developer-centric initiatives that we have taken. For example, like some of the upcoming developer-centric events, hackathons, and what we are trying to achieve with Grad's program as well. So this is a brief, like a roadmap of what we are trying to cover, what I'll be trying to cover today. So yeah, let's get started. So first, let's understand what is cyber. So cyber serves as a social layer for Web3 applications, which means you can build social applications on top of cyber. The way cyber sort of like came into the picture is a few years back. We started as a social protocol where developers can come onto the protocol. They can deploy some contracts, and everything was very inclined towards users owning their own identity. So this was what we were trying to do like a few years back with CyberConnect. And that's how Link 3, which is also another product that CyberConnect sort of built, is like a social network for Web3 people. It's like like LinkedIn of sorts for Web3 builders and Web3 marketeers and everyone sort of like included in Web3. Then we thought of expanding that vision to simplify the user onboarding flow with the help of account abstraction. And yeah, slowly we also moved into the direction of creating an L2 so that we can have everything under one roof. We can have everything sort of combined together in one ecosystem. And the main idea is to let the users own their data and leverage that to build social applications. And we want to provide the end users a very seamless experience when it comes to onboarding onto Web3. And we want to make sure that developers have all the right set of tools and infrastructure needs that they might have for building any sort of social network or a social application. So yeah, as I said, like it opens gateway for the next like million users for them to come onto Web. They can experience decentralized social networks. And yeah, some of the features that we have included within our L2 to make that possible is that we are built on the Eigen Layer. So you might be knowing about Eigen Layer. They have a data availability layer, which is what we are using for our data availability. It helps us increase the throughput quite much, which basically means that the information which is sort of relayed to the sequences is done much faster, which makes the L2 overall much more scalable if you compare it to the Ethereum mainnet. Also, we are based on the OP stack. So most of the developers, I think, who are trying to build on layer 2 are very familiar with the optimism stack. So this gives them a lot of flexibility because they are already familiar with a lot of tools which are available and which are compatible with optimism. And lastly, we also have an account abstraction wallet, which is called Cyber Wallet. So it gives developers a chance to take all these different pieces together and build dApps on Cyber. Then let's move on to what can be built with the Cyber L2. And over here, I'm going to be comparing and just giving you a lot of examples around what you can think of when we talk about building either like a social dApp from scratch, or if you were to, let's say, employ some of the ideas into an existing dApp and include those social features onto your existing dApp, which you really want to do. So yeah, let's go over these use cases first. So firstly, we have the data monetization and social networks in general. So like super basic, you can build social networks on top of our L2. You can have the data unions, which can be used by ad networks for better and enhanced advertising onto the decentralized layer. We can also use data lakes for better mining of the data, and we can leverage the AI models that we have right now to train and improve the recommendation models and a lot of other models which might be running in the background when we talk about a social network. Then there comes the data composability, or you can say data reusability part, which includes a unified identity. So what it means is basically a user can have, they can carry their single profile onto different social networks. This is one of the examples, right? So let's imagine having 2 or 3 different social platforms. A user can carry their reputation, which could be their followers, their post history, their profiles across different social medias. And this creates a very seamless social experience for the creator as well as the followers, because now they have the option and they can also see their favorite creator onto different platforms. They can see all the posts unified into one single place. Similarly, we can take another example of e-commerce, where e-commerce store can use the unified profiles, and they can use that for better shopping experience. Now, how they can do that? We can imagine a case where a user has shopped, or they have like some sort of history when it comes to shopping preferences. They have a purchase history. The payment informations are already saved on, let's say, on one of the other e-commerce stores. So this information can be shared across different e-commerce stores. And we can work on personalizing this experience for the user every time they visit any other e-commerce store, so that the purchase history is already retained, the shopping preferences is retained, and the payment information is also retained, where they can just have like a one-click checkout and all sorts of different features when they are even using like a new e-commerce store that they have never used before. So that's also a very interesting use case. Thirdly, I think gaming is a big part of where we can see social applications really coming into the picture. Like gamers really try to maintain a single gaming profile within one different game. They try to track their achievements. They have their in-game assets. They have a lot of friends. They have a whole network of friends, let's say, within one game. So this could be unified by having a single unified gaming identity for one particular gamer, and they can take this to another game that they wish to play in future, so that their friends are again sort of recommended the game when the gamer decides to move to a new game. They have their achievements history as well. So yeah, this also creates a lot of opportunities within the gaming ecosystem as well. Then comes the socialized finance experiences. So what do we mean by that? There could be like multiple different things within the socialized finance experiences. There's the social DeFi aspect of things, where we can take a scenario of, let's say, there's a group of friends who come together and they form a lending circle, and they build that on top of the Cyber N2. They can all pool in certain amount of funds into the lending pool, and they can all finalize a certain agreement terms, and whenever anyone from that circle wants to take out a loan, they can try to initiate that loan on a very low interest rate, or not relying on a lot of collateral, because it's already a very close circle. Everyone knows about the reputation of each and another. So there's very less risk involved in this scenario. So social DeFi could be very huge. Apart from that, we can also look at community-powered yield farming, where a new DeFi project can propose a yield farming pool, where community members can vote to support the pool based on the social engagement metrics. And the key benefits of doing this is that the projects with the genuine background and the genuine social backing will receive more support, and they will have more promotions done in a very trusted and a community-led environment. So again, this is very good example of what can be achieved with the help of social DeFi. Then comes decentralized identity. So what decentralized identity really means is that we can have reputation protocols on top of CyberL2, and we can also have social wallets, which can have the wallet reputation. They can have history about the peer-to-peer transactions. They can when we talk about the social features, they can also have the transactions linked to the comments or the likes that they have done on some social platforms. So this really creates an opportunity for any of the network users to create a reputation protocol. They can benchmark users depending on their reputation on other networks. And lastly, we have the crowdfunding on the fundraising platforms, where again, depending on the history of what a certain user has built in the past, or some of their past projects or the team, the whole community, the whole social community can sort of come together. They can decide to fund a certain project, and all of this can be done in a very trusted environment. So yeah, all of these examples come into the social fi aspects of things. I can think of a couple of more examples, which I think could be very interesting. For example, we can build social credit scores for everyone, which kind of aligns with the reputation protocol. So what would be the use of social credit scores? As I said before, a user with a high credit score, they can apply for loans, and they can receive loans much easier than someone who has a bad reputation of not paying their loans or defaulting on the installments in the past. This whole process can be done in a very decentralized way, and the banking service or the DeFi protocol can decide to offer lower interest rates to people who have better credit scores. So yeah, that could be another interesting example. And I think lastly, we can have, I talked about transactions which are linked to, let's say, commenting or liking certain posts on social networks. So let's say a user decides to donate to a decentralized charity, and their transaction of this payment to the charity is public. Then others can also see that. They can comment on it. They can like the donation, and this increases the transparency behind making donations to different NGOs or different trusts, so that users don't have to worry about mishandling of the funds, or any other sort of financial frauds, because everything is sort of done in the public eye. Yeah. Then let's talk about the trust recommendation systems that we can build, and we can also look at it in a way that we can look at trust recommendations, or you can say trust referrals. So an example for this would be like a restaurant. Let's say let's imagine we have a dApp where users can share their restaurant recommendations with other users. Currently, we have centralized applications. For example, we have the Google Maps, or we have Yelp reviews, where reviews can be easily influenced. We can see a lot of fake users or maybe bots who are coming and they are posting, and there is no way to verify the genuinity of those comments or of for those reviews. But when we talk about this particular dApp, because we can have different things to make sure the reviews are verified. like each users must link their reviews to a unique transaction, which is verified on top of blockchain, which reduces the risk of fake reviews. So we know the so we know that only genuine users have posted reviews. Again, we can have reputation scores for all the restaurants, let's say. And this again ties in with the reputation protocol. So users can decide to visit the restaurants with high reputation scores, and yeah, they can try to avoid the ones with lower reputation scores, because again, these metrics cannot be rigged in any way. Then from the restaurants end, I think we can look incentivizing honest reviews. Users can get a chance to earn a certain set of tokens for providing those helpful reviews and those accurate reviews. These tokens can be given out, let's say, by any of the ecosystem restaurants or maybe other users who found it useful. So yeah, we can create this two-way channel for anyone who is posting these sort of reviews. Um, yeah, and lastly, I think we can have decentralized moderation where a community of users can flag certain reviews or certain ideas which were posted, because because rather than having a centralized way of moderating content, we give power to the community to sort of moderate that content. So yeah, this will overall improve the way we look at Google reviews or some of the other centralized applications we have got going on right now. Just to go over, what we think about referrals. Um, let's say there's a marketplace app which can be built on CyberL2, where users can recommend certain products to other users. As I said, again, we can have the users verified with the help of blockchain. We can make sure that the transaction which happened for them to buy a certain product was verified on blockchain. And then we can have smart contracts on top of it, where users can earn referral points or referral tokens if other users decide to purchase, what they were trying to endorse. So this can be a unique way of looking at monetizing someone's ideas or someone's recommendations. And lastly, I think this will really empower users to have a very transparent influence. These days, we see a lot of influencers on centralized platforms like Instagram who are trying to promote certain products. Maybe they haven't used it in the past, but they're still trying to promote that. So I think we can really make sure that the influence is happening in a very transparent way. We can make sure that this particular user has purchased the product, they have their skin in the game, and their affiliation is in a trusted manner, basically. Yeah, and I think lastly, within recommendations, we can also look at professional services, where if someone wants to hire a new developer, let's say, they can have their skills verified, they can have their work history verified. This is very useful for the industry of freelancers, where their proof of work is sort of justified and it is trusted because it's been hosted on blockchain in the past. We can have reputation scores for developers as well to understand what is their level of skills. Like a really good developer will have really good skills. They could be like a level 20 developer versus a level 5 or level 6 developer. So it will give a chance for companies to understand the profiling of the candidates. Yeah, and lastly, we have the collaborative peer-to-peer marketplaces or communities. I think this really gives users to come together as a community and collaborate with different peer-to-peer exchanges. We can look at trading of NFTs, we can look at art, music, or any other events. And we can also look at like social communities which are shared around similar goals. And, for example, like any sort of like a health and wellness community, sort of like coming together and enjoying all those social aspects which can be built on CyberL2. So yeah, I hope this really helped you understand why social is a very big gap where not a lot of people are trying to build apps, and these are some really good ideas where people can come together and really change the way current users are looking at social networks on Web2 versus Web3. Yeah, then let's move on to just to understand what cyber offers for the developers and for the community in general. So firstly, we are focused towards having a very frictionless UX through native account abstraction. With the help of Cyber's built-in account abstraction and seedless wallet, we can have a very smooth user experience for anyone who's coming on board for the first time. We can have social logins, we can use pass keys, we can use a lot of things when it comes to wallet onboarding. Then secondly, we have the high performance infrastructure, which is built on Eigen Layer. I've already sort of touched on this before, but just to sort of explain, Cyber is built on the hyperscale of Eigen Layer, which ensures that the throughput is at a very low cost, and at the same time, the throughput is high. So this is I would say this is a very important requirement for building any sort of social applications, because we could be looking at millions of users interacting with the network at a single time. So it's important for a layer 2 network to hold those sort of transactions and at lower costs, so that it's not expensive for either the users or the builders to make sure that these dApps function the right way. And again, we are also focused towards security with the help of E3 staking that Eigen Layer offers. Thirdly, we have reduced risk with the help of decentralized infrastructure that we have built. So Cyber's decentralized sequencers and verifiers will help and ensure that the network is safe. There is no single fault point for the network, which completely eliminates the risk of developers finding out that any security risks are there behind their dApps. So all in all, I think Cyber can offer a very secured environment for applications to build and scale. Then we have the point that Cyber is very superchain aligned with the OP stack. A lot of layer 2 developers who have interacted with any other OP stack layer 2, they are familiar with the OP stack in general. And that's how Cyber is built. It's built with the open source optimism stack, and future proofing for anyone's app is make sure, because we have made it interoperable with the help of other EVM chains as well. And then we can talk about like the native yield for bridging assets. Cyber offers a native yield for bridged assets through revenue sharing model. And we are offering additional incentives on top of it. We have reward layers. So all of this is, again, great for the community. And lastly, we have dual staking, which is a very interesting concept, I must say, because dual staking offers any new bootstrapping proof of stake protocol to maintain their reputation, because any new chain which is coming up may have a risk of their token being very volatile. So a lot of community so a lot of times a community might feel that there's a lot of risk involved behind purchasing token of a new chain. But with the help of dual staking, it simplifies that whole process, because instead of requiring stakers to hold a new volatile token, they can stake their ETH, for example, into a network alongside of they can stake ETH onto the network alongside of the existing token, which could be volatile. So because of this dual staking, it mitigates the risk of a protocol debt spiraling, basically, because of any other security effects or any other effects or rumors or anything like that within the community. So it offers a lot of security in general. So it's a very, very interesting concept. Yeah, so this was my talk. I tried to cover the basics of Cyber L2, why you should be interested in building on Cyber, and what could be the possible use cases you can sort of try to build on Cyber. If you'd like to get in touch, my name is Pranjal Bhardwaj. I'm Devil at Cyber. You can find me on X at 0xPranjal. If you want to get in touch with me or the developer team in general at Cyber, feel free to email us at developer@cyber.co. And yeah, before I finish off, I would also like to share um, our upcoming hackathon. We are doing a collaboration with Backdrop Build, where we are offering different bounties for developers. We have also concluded the first round of ecosystem grants that we do. So feel free to check that out on our website as well. And yeah, we are just trying to promote developers to build on Cyber as much as possible, and we are here to support everyone who wishes to build on Cyber. Yeah, so this is the page where we sort of summarize everything related to grants. So you will find all of these links on the website. So feel free to go over that. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Yeah, thank you everyone again for attending the talk. If you have any questions, I'm happy to chat after the session.
Thank you, Pranjal. So, do we have any questions? No, I think there is no question as of now. Thank you very much. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And right now we have a lunch break for 1 hour, and we welcome you to be back here at 2 p.m. Всім привіт! Запрошуємо повертатися в лекторій. Починаємо через 5 хвилин. Hello everyone. We welcome you to come back to lecture hall because we will start our next presentation in 5 minutes. Hey everyone, we encourage you to come back to lecture hall because we start our next presentation in 1 minute. Будь ласка, повертайтесь. honored to introduce you to our next speaker, whose name is Omar, and he works as a developer advocate engineer at Starknet Foundation. And the topic is Starknet is Ethereum answer to Solana.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear and see you and the presentation.
Nice, I can see myself. First of all, I want to apologize for not being in person there. I've been looking at the photos, I've been looking at the beautiful scenario that you have there, all the amazing planation that you have done. So I am feeling such a lot of FOMO for not being there. And well, I want to apologize for that, and also thank you for being present here, even though I am not in there with you. But believe me, I am missing it. I am feeling bad for this. So to begin, let's take a minute to celebrate all the amazing things that have happened to the Ethereum Layer 2s in the last couple of months. We finally got transactions that are very, very, very low in terms of fees. But I mean, this is something huge. I think we should talk more about this. Sometimes we have got transactions that are cheaper than Solana, considering Solana is, well, considered less secure than Ethereum, right? So this is an amazing, amazing moment for all the layer 2 ecosystem. And it's something that we need to celebrate. And I'm also happy to say that Starnet is now the layer 2 with the lowest fees. And you can look at this in I don't remember exactly that dashboard. I grow the pie. In grow the pie, you can see that Starnet is the layer 2 with the lowest fees, and we're finally realizing the promise of zero knowledge. So I'm very, very happy about this. And my talk today is Starnet is Ethereum answers to Solana. What this means is scalability is lower fees. Scalability for me, it means three things: lower fees, greater speed, and account abstraction. And this is stuff that Solana has, that has allowed Solana to grow hugely in the blockchain ecosystem. And we all know this. And Solana has done amazing things, and I think we can learn a lot from this. So, okay, so let's go with this. Please feel free to ask me any questions at the end. I will be happy to answer them. Okay, so today we're going to do three things. First, we're going to explore the reasons behind Solana's success. Second, we'll learn from Solana's strategy. And finally, I am going to argument why Starnet is Ethereum's answer to Solana. So let's go with the first part. Let's explore why Solana is successful. And first of all, they got a lot of created addresses, as you can see. It's one of the blockchains that is growing. It's growing a lot. A lot of people are getting into Solana, and actually, after the meme coin mania, we have seen more and more people coming into Solana. So this is interesting. But more than that, I am interested in this. I don't know if you are aware of this. Maybe can you put your hand up, please? If you let me see if you can see my hands. No. Okay. Put your hand up, please, if you have used Solana before. Okay, practically no one. Only one person I can see at least. So yes, because we are Ethereum people, right? The conference is called ETHKyiv, right? But Solana has some very cool things going on. For example, let's talk about the partnership with Shopify, for example, or the partnership with Visa, or stuff like in real life payments. For example, you can put a camera in your car and you can record what is happening around you, and then you will earn some tokens. Or the infamous or famous, I don't know how you want to call it, cell phone, the Solana phone. And basically, all of this is powered by account abstraction, low fees, and high speed. And they have this motto. This Solana community has this motto that is only in Solana. That's how they call it, only in Solana. and it's true. It's practically true. Or at least they can call it not in Ethereum, right? Until now, not for long. So now let's learn about Solana's strategy. How did they manage to get these amazing, these applications that make sense? And of course, we're talking outside of the technology of Solana. Outside of that, they have a lot of issues in the technology. I consider not that decentralized. So they got issues, right? But I want to focus on what is good on Solana. So for me, the reason they are very good is that they can provide, and I will cite this, I will quote this, provide an opportunity for decentralized applications to compete. And this is practically the topic of my talk today. Solana's strategy is to provide an opportunity for the centralized applications to compete. To compete against who? Against the Web2 companies, against the Spotifys of the world, against the open AIs of the world, who are actually the real, I don't want to call it enemy, but the real competitor to Web3 companies. It's not that Uniswap is competing against 1inch or something like that. It is more like we are competing against banks, we're competing against Visa, we're competing against Spotify, and these are formidable opponents. So it's not easy for us. So in Solana, you can have Solana basically is scalable, and Solana is interesting because of because of three things: native account structure, cheap and fast transactions. Those three things are the key for Solana. If we can have this stuff inside Ethereum, then it will not longer be only in Solana. Okay. And again, the moral here, the main message here is we need to provide the centralized applications in Ethereum the tools to compete against Web2 companies. It is crucial. Without this, they will be losing. And of course, whenever a company inside of Solana loses against, for example, Spotify, then it's not good for the overall blockchain ecosystem. Even though they are from another blockchain, with another ethos, with another way of thinking, we need to search for self-custody. So that is, I think for me at least, Ethereum and the blockchain is about this self-custody of my funds, self-custody of whatever I have, of my identity, whatever you want, self-custody. So we need Solana to conquer these different markets, but we also, of course, we prefer Ethereum to conquer these markets. But again, we need to provide these companies, the Web3 companies, the capacity to be able to go out there in the world and compete against Instagram, against Twitter, against Spotify, which is again not easy at all. Not easy at all. So let's go to some actual cases. Who of you knows Audius? Can you please let me know who knows Audius here? Okay, I can see one hand in there. Okay. So this is interesting to me again because I think we need to know about Audius. Even though we're from Ethereum, it's interesting to me that a lot of people don't know about Audius. So Audius, I saw a post from. Sorry for the music. Maybe it was playing. I don't know, but so I saw a post on Twitter that said what application do you think that is the most successful application in Solana? And most people talk about Audius. So what is Audius? Audius, you can think of it like a Spotify that provides more transparency for the artist, and it gives some tokens and fees for the artist. So you can call it like an ethical Spotify. but a lot of people again don't know about Audius, and they are facing a huge battle against Spotify. Who is their main competitor? Spotify. They are on Solana, and well, so they were actually before being in Solana, they were on the EVM. They were building on the Ethereum virtual machine, and then they decided, okay, no, let's get out of here. Why? Because we need something cheap, fast, and decentralized if possible, right? So they went into Solana a couple years ago, and you can see this small post from March 10 of this year. It says the 383 million crypto project that is competing with Spotify. So again, these guys are facing a huge battle. We want them to win because they are providing, even though they are in Solana, they are providing something valuable for the world, something that Spotify has been criticized a lot for, but they want to provide to artists, right? So again, we need something cheap, fast, and operational, right? Unfortunately, the Ethereum virtual machine wasn't ready for that at the moment. But I would argue that we are now ready thanks to Starknet. And of course, you can talk about other layer 2s, but I will tell you why I think it's Starknet the way to go. Okay, so let's go to the main reasons of why, the reasons that I mentioned before. I already mentioned it several times, but let's go more into details here. So why you can only do this kind of things like all using Solana because number one, better UX, and for better UX, you need a good account. You need native account abstraction. Solana has always had account abstraction, and this is something that we don't talk a lot about. Solana has always had account abstraction. Okay, account abstraction is not optional. Without account abstraction, we cannot create an audience. Without account abstraction, we cannot compete against Twitter. We cannot compete against Instagram. Account abstraction is crucial. If we don't have it, we can forget about taking Ethereum to the masses. Really. Second and third point, they have fast and low transactions. Okay, but now as you can see, Solana is getting a little bit. It's getting expensive and expensive, more and more expensive, and Starknet is getting down and down on fees. So we have had days when making a transaction in Starknet is cheaper than in Solana. So I want this to sink in because Solana has always said, "Oh, Ethereum is very expensive." You go to a Solana conference, they will always tell you that. But this is no longer true because Starknet is Ethereum, and you can see already that we can have transactions that are lower in fees than Solana, and this will only increase with time and with users. So I expect, I don't know, maybe next year once Volition is released on Starknet, and we can talk about that if you want. But once Volition is released on Starknet, I think that we will always have lower transaction fees than Solana. And please mark my words. So then Solana will lose what makes them special, right? Low fees. And also in Starknet, we're working to get at least 1,000 transactions in transactions per second. So again, they will lose the low fees and the fast transactions advantage. Plus, Starknet has always had a account abstraction natively. And I would argue that even the construction model in Starknet is the one that Ethereum has developed, and I think it's better than Solana's. So, well, this is my opinion. So again, we're reaching a point where actually Ethereum could be, I don't know, better in everything than Solana. And you can see, for example, that Solana is losing a lot of developers throughout time. Solana has in 1 year they had lost almost 1/3 of their developers. So developers are getting out of Solana, and developers are getting into Starknet. Okay, why? Because again, account abstraction, the security provided by Ethereum, and the and low transaction fees and fast transactions. So as you can see, again, Starknet is growing, and Solana is getting down and down and down. And again, Starknet is Ethereum. So Starknet is Ethereum. This is something that I want to repeat a lot. Whenever Starknet gets a transaction, practically Ethereum gets also a transaction. So now the question in here that I want to leave with you is: can we offer the best of Web 2 user experience in Web 3? Can we offer the capacity to log in Instagram? Yes, can we offer the capacity to log in Instagram, but also in Web 3? Can we offer the capacity to make a fintech bank account, but in Web 3? Listen to this. This is something very. This is not that intuitive. This is not that easy to notice. Can we offer this? The answer is no. The answer is no without account abstraction. Without native account abstraction, we cannot do it. So this takes me to the third point of my talk, that is why started Ethereum answer. Well, I've been talking about this all this time, but and this was actually a meme that came out, like Eli Ben Sasson mentioned in January. Started Ethereum answers to Solana, which is the name of my talk today. And yes, I agree. And well, you know, Benjamin Franklin even said so, right? Ethereum values and security with the power and speed of Starknet. It's what Solana wishes it could be. Again, remember, Ethereum values and security, but with the speed, power, account abstraction of Starknet. It's something. I mean, this is, to me, at least technologically speaking, this will left Solana. It will make Ethereum better at Solana in everything. So this is an amazing point for us, and we also believe that only Starknet can take on Solana. Like there are no other layer 2s with these low fees. First of all. Second, there are layer 2s that are faster than Starknet right now, but this will change very soon. And the third part is that no other layer 2 has an account abstraction model natively applied as advanced as Starknet. When I say advanced, is that we have been working on this stuff since already 4 years ago. And we have been working with the biggest minds in the Ethereum ecosystem for this. I mean, we have been following what the guidelines made by Ethereum, but also we have been working with people in the Ethereum Foundation, people in Open Zeppelin, people inside the Starware. So big minds are debating what is the account abstraction, the best account abstraction model, and that is the one that is being used in Starknet. So in other words, Starknet is the peak of the spear in these terms. Account abstraction is still kind of being explored. Like, how can we improve account abstraction? And Starknet is the way to go in that sense. And you can know it because if you have used Starknet, you have used the wallets in Starknet, you can see that they use account abstraction natively beautifully. I mean, for example, it was released recently that Bravos and Argent can now use a ledger to sign transactions in two-factor authentication. What does this mean? Is that you can have, really, you can have something really secure with you all the time. Like a Bravos wallet by itself, on an Argent wallet by itself, is more secure than having a ledger. And this is true because you can have three-factor authentication in your wallet. So I remember there was a Brazilian guy. He's a YouTuber, kind of famous YouTuber, and he was making a stream. And this is a very sad story, but so he was making a stream, and then he accidentally show a screen of a file, a .txt file, where he had all the seed phrases for his wallets, and the poor guy only showed it for half a second, and then in 2 minutes everything was drained already from all his wallets, and the guy was live on streaming, and he was very sad, he was very depressed. But then he realized that there was a wallet that wasn't drained. Which one? The Bravos one. Why? Because in Bravos, it is not enough for the hacker to have your seed phrase. They also need to have your finger for you to sign the transaction. So this guy lost everything except from his Bravos wallet, and he was very interested in that. And this is true. If you have two-factor authentication set up on Bravos or Argent, then it is not enough for people for persons to get your seed phrase. And this is not trivial. This is game changer, really. And soon you won't even need a seed phrase. We can advance in the blockchain security without a seed phrase. And this is what we want. Again, we want to make it as easy as possible to log in a blockchain power application as if you were logging in Instagram. This is not simple, and we have been working in Ethereum for almost 10 years, and we haven't had this yet. It's been almost 10 years and we haven't had this. But we will get it very well. We already have it in the Starknet, actually. But we just want it to be more socialized. So there's people that mention, for example, this is a slide that I stole from Argent. And yeah, Starknet is a blue ocean in the L2's copycats landscape. I know this sounds kind of aggressive, right? But we got a lot of zero-knowledge EVMs all over the place. We got a lot of layer 2s that are emulating the EVM. And this is great, but we don't believe that the EVM is the way to do it. Why? Because in the EVM, you cannot have account abstraction. You cannot have native account abstraction. If you're trying to emulate the EVM, you will get the good things about the EVM, like, for example, using Solidity, but you will also get the bad things of the EVM. Like, for example, not being able to have volition, or not being able to have account abstraction at a native level. So the EVM is not perfect, and we all know this. So yes, and we don't care. I was talking with some friends yesterday, and I was telling them, like, we don't care, and we do what we believe is the best thing to scale Ethereum. We have a goal: scale Ethereum with no fees, fast transactions, and a native account abstraction. Well, that's what we want to do, and we don't care if it deviates from the Ethereum virtual machine, and it's okay. What we care is about scaling Ethereum, and the EVM is not a synonym for Ethereum. The EVM is something apart from the values of Ethereum. It's something else, and we care about Ethereum, not the EVM. And let me show you now. So before we saw a case study we saw a case study for a Solar application called Audius. Now, who of you, can you raise your hand, please? Who of you know about Sorare? None? Wow, this is amazing. Okay. This is well, it is not amazing. It makes sense. It makes sense. Why? Because Sorare, if you go into YouTube, if you go into Google and look for Sorare, Sorare for me, Sorare is the most successful blockchain company in the world. But the interesting thing is that they don't advertise themselves as a blockchain company. Please go and look for Sorare in Google. For me, it's the most successful blockchain company. So these folks, what they do is a fantasy game for soccer, for baseball, for basketball. It's a fantasy game. You basically make bets and you buy your NFTs that are cards from the players. But the interesting thing is that they don't call it NFT. They just call it a card. They never say, if you go into the webpage, they never mention that they are a blockchain company. They never mention the word blockchain. They never mention the word Starknet. They never mention the word NFT. No, for them, they use the blockchain technology to provide self-custody to their users. But their users don't care about blockchain. That's why you don't know Sorare. What I bet, if you go with people out in the street, there's a high likelihood that you will find people that know Sorare and use it every day because it has millions of users. And these guys, we were in a bear market recently, right? The prices were down. Maybe we are still in the bear market, I don't know, but prices are down, right? Do you think Sorare cares about the prices? The answer is no. They don't care because the users don't care. The guy that is buying a car from Messi doesn't care about the price of Ethereum. What this guy cares is about playing their game, and that's it. Okay, so these guys are practically, I won't say completely, but they are practically indifferent to the prices of the market, which is amazing. And this is what we need to aspire to. We cannot be dependent on the prices all the time. We cannot mature as an industry unless we get independence from the price. For example, do you think that a developer will stop using Amazon Web Services just because the Amazon stocks got down? Of course not. They use Amazon Web Services because it's useful. They can use it for something. It's useful. So we want blockchain to be useful for entrepreneurs to create companies that are not blockchain companies. They are actual individual-facing companies, just as Odious, just as Sorare. Look at that. You don't know Sorare. Take a look at Sorare, please. You know Sorare. Some of you don't know Odious. And these, to me, are some of maybe top 3 most successful blockchain companies in the world. But the interesting thing is that they don't call themselves a blockchain company. So that's what we want. And we cannot get it unless we got low transaction fees, fast transactions, and native account abstraction. If you actually, please go into Sorare and create an account. And you will understand what I mean when I'm telling you that this is what we need. Why? Because you never notice the blockchain part. Unless you go a little bit deeper into Sorare, you will find that you get an Ethereum address assigned to you and that you are owner of all your money, of course. But unless you do that, you will notice that you are using the blockchain technology. So it's amazing. Your parents can use it, no worries. Your grandma can use it. Oh, and again, same story as Odious. Sorare was on the EVM. Sorare was already in the EVM. But the Sorare changed to a StarkX, which is a Starware solution that is, well, now the future is a Starknet, but StarkX uses basically the same technology as a Starknet, which is also implemented by Starware. Why? Because again, cost efficiency, user experience, and robust security. Because again, anything related with the Starnet or StarkX is also related with Ethereum. Okay? The fact that we don't use the EVM, it doesn't matter. What matters here is that we offer in Ethereum level security because we are using Ethereum. All right? So again, these applications that actually need to reach people out in the streets, they don't use the EVM. They don't use the EVM. And yeah, so it's been a very bad year for last year. Last year was very bad for developers, for the developer ecosystem in blockchain. We got a lot of people leaving the blockchain ecosystem. This is not good, of course. This is very, very bad. We lost developers all over the place, from Ethereum to Polkadot to Polygon to Optimism, whatever you mention. So this is not good. We are losing developers because of the bear market. Unless you have something like Starknet. Starknet is actually growing in number of developers. Why? Because what I have mentioned all day long, the capacity, the technology to actually build something like Sorare or like Audius or applications that actually can face the individual out in the street. So Starknet is the only major blockchain that is growing in number of developers. This is not easy thing to mention. This is not. We have around 40%, while all other blockchains have actually decreased. So I know the blockchain ecosystem is going through a bad phase, but in Starnet we want to be here for the next 50 years at least. So that's why we're focusing on building stuff, the fundamentals, to allow entrepreneurs and builders to build actually the decentralized future. Now you might be asking yourself, how can if I want to get into Starnet, if you're interested, please, we have a, you can scan this QR code. This is basically our bootcamp. It's a free bootcamp that is also on YouTube that you can see and learn all about the Starnet technology, everything that relates with Starnet. You can learn it from here. So feel free to go there. Or if you have any questions, please let me know in Telegram. Just write me a message. Also, we're looking for open source developers, and we pay these open source developers. So if you are an open source developer or builder and want to earn some resources and also learn a lot, get into blockchain and build the decentralized future, please go into Only Dust, and you will be able to see there a lot of repos that are asking for contributors, and you can find your way into the Starnet ecosystem this way. I know a lot of developers that actually got a job from contributing to Madara, for example, in Starnet, or maybe they found their next co-founder in Only Dust. So this is the way to go. This is like the entrance to the blockchain ecosystem in Starnet, and I invite you to check it out. And again, let me know in Twitter. This is my Twitter, Espejelomar. So please go write me whatever you need. I'm here to help you. This is also my website. And well, I didn't introduce myself before, but it's a pleasure being here. Again, I apologize for not being there in person. It's a great miss for me. I have always wanted to go to Ukraine. So for me, it's been a big shame. But well, again, my name is Omar Espejel. I work at the Starknet Foundation. Before I was in Star Wars, and before that I was in machine learning in Hugging Face. This is my Telegram. Feel free, please, to ping me whenever you want for whatever you need. And thank you very much. That is my talk. I don't know if there's time for questions.
We have time for questions, so please raise your hand if you have any questions. We have time, but we don't have questions. So thank you very much for being with us. Have a nice day.
No worries. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Our next speaker will join me on the stage. So this is Benjamin, algorithm engineer from Circles, and he will tell us about Circle Your Bet, community voting and prediction markets with Circles.
Thank you very much. Well, first, thank you to our organizers, participants, also online and offline, of course, for making a great event. And it's really an honor to be here back in Kyiv. Always had a special place for me over the past 10 years. So it's really, really nice to be presenting here. Circle Your Bets, community voting and prediction markets with Circles. It's a bit of a cryptic title, but I want to, because it's a hackathon talk, it's divided into two parts. One, I'll try to explain Circles, and then I want to share ideas of what we could build with Circles. And Circles itself is a social money. We'll try to unpack that in the next few slides. My name is Ben. I try to help build Circles. You can reach me, this is my handle basically everywhere. And so maybe three parts. So first, I'll just try to explain a little bit what is Circles about, and try to define by construction this idea of a social money. And then I think it's interesting to look at what could these properties of a social money do for decentralized governance. Decentralized governance, in my mind, is a special case of a long-standing interest, collective sense-making. We often think about governance as collective decision-making, but I think it's under talked about that before we can make decisions together, we should try to see the same problems or understand who sees what problems, because otherwise we're talking next to each other and it doesn't really make sense to talk about collective decision making. And my background is a theoretical physicist, so like trying to make sense of the world has always been my shtick, I think. Although over the past years, I don't think people have often seen me talk about this, but it's actually been the driving force towards where I want to get to. And so this is one of the first times I'm actively talking about this. Right, and then if I have time at the end, like some ideas of like specifically if we would think about sense making for an information ecosystem as a collective common good, then I'll try to sketch some ideas there. Again, want to remind hackers that we have 2 open-ended bounty tracks. So one is if you have ideas of how to integrate circles into basically anything, as long as it's like value aligned, we'd be super happy to see and support that. And then specifically for this talk, trying to kickstart this idea of using circles for the common good, for governing the common good. If you have ideas, proposals, we'd also be super interested to hear. Come find me. This is a GitHub where I've like detailed a little bit more how to get started, etc. Hopefully you've already seen this if you're interested. Otherwise, it's not too late. Yeah. So anyway, back to the basics. So what is circles? It's of course like a vision. It's quite a utopian project, but it's also an implementation. And so I'll try to talk a little bit more about the implementation right now. And so just to help you construct an image, the core value I think Circles tries to bring is to bring Sybil resistance, proof of personhood to a money, to a blockchain ecosystem. There's obviously plenty of attempts, and more recently we have actually really good attempts, like ZK passports as a general category is really super interesting. The ability to take already existing registries by governments and derive proofs from that is a very strong and privacy-preserving way to create proof of personhood. But the issue is, one, I mean the most important issue, not all people have passports. And then secondarily, but also important, like we're trying to build native systems for cyberspace and we shouldn't rely on government documents to support that. And so with Circles, rather than having a top-down approach, it's very much a bottoms-up mechanism. So anyone can register in Circles. We don't ask any KYC. There's no checks. You can create 100 accounts. You can create 1,000 accounts. Make as many as you want. So the protocol itself is agnostic about whether people are Sybil or not. And instead of trying to answer this as a global question, what is the registry of all authentic humans on the network, we try to make this a local question. So like from my perspective, how likely is it that another account that I actually don't know is Sybil or not? And so what we then ask you to do is because actually locally this is a very easy question to answer. I can know people in real life and I can connect their account and then I can assert that from my perspective they're likely not Sybil and I will trust them as such. And so what we create is a social graph where I keep up the connections of the accounts that I think are trustworthy. And if everyone does this, then we construct from that an emergent property of local soft Sybil resistance. But how does this relate to a money? Because it's kind of weird. So the way to think about this as Circles is that it's actually locally defined over this social graph. Everyone has their own circles and they're by start non-fungible. And so that's weird because we want money to be fungible, but it rather gets its fungibility by construction. Because if we trust each other, then what we're also telling the protocol is that our tokens are one-to-one fungible. And so now you have a transitive property over this original social graph. You can construct a flow graph over which circles can flow from one location to the other. And so the question becomes not like, are euros fungible? Is every euro banknote that I have equal value to any other? It instead becomes this spendability problem. I might have circles, but can I spend the circles that I have to some other entity? This is a bit to wrap your head around, but happy to talk more. Yeah, sorry, maybe this was a bit technical, but I think it's good to try to like establish some mental picture of the mechanics. And so a second aspect of money is the issuance. We often think about issuance in blockchain projects. Circles has quite a radical one, namely that any account, again, we don't know if they're Sybil or not, but any account, any person that says I'm a person receives 1 circle per hour, unconditionally. And so the crux of this is, again, like the question is, are those circles spendable or not? And so that's where you get the soft Sybil resistance. You might have as many accounts as you want, but if you're not connected in the social graph and those flow edges, they have capacities that you can drain. So your spendability will be limited to how well you can convince people that your account is authentic. And so what this gives you as a bit of a behavioral metric or model is that circles behave like water. If you don't trust anyone, then effectively it's frozen. Your circles are stuck in place. You have no flow edges of where they can go. And on the opposite end, if you trust carelessly, if you just go on Telegram channels and anyone that tells you they're your best friend, you trust them, you will still have the same circles balance, but you will find that it will very quickly be swapped out with unspendable tokens, because any attacker that now can reach you will just swap your spendable tokens for their Sybil unspendable tokens. And so you don't want to be careless about who you trust, but instead if you meet people in real life and you have no reason to assume that they're malicious, you can go ahead and trust them, and then circles flows like water. So it's one model to think about the behavior of circles. And so what we construct with that is this graph. Where people are situated on specific places. They actually have balances of all different people because the circles will spread around. And then now the question of transacting is a question of finding a flow path over this graph to the other person and whether you can spend your circles. To come back to this issuance question, if we would just linearly issue 8,700 something circles per year to every person, we'd have a linear function. It would be uncapped. It's not that interesting because, first of all, we want to have a unit of account. Like, it should be a fair issuance, but it shouldn't just be unlimited. And so to compensate that, circles are actually temporarily discounted. So they will disappear from your balance at 7% per year. This is a magic number. But it's tuned to sort of human timescales. So rather than like unlimited ability to mint, you basically have this stable point of 125,000 circles that any person, any account can maximally mint. So the total max supply is the number of people that registered times this 125,000. But this will grow over time. So rather than a linear increase, you will actually asymptote out. And then if you stop minting, you only have this demurrage term. And so these tokens will disappear again from the system. And so what this also gives you is an effective tax rate on circles. No one really likes taxes, but this is kind of a funny tax because it has a negative tax. The less tokens you have, the faster you get them, because 7% on 0 is 0, and you only have a linear 1 circle per hour minting that you get to issue yourself. And so your wallet balance will grow. But as it grows, that 7% also grows. And so we reach this stable point of 125,000 circles where you effectively have like 0% tax. You don't have a negative tax where you get new circles, but you also don't have a positive tax where you lose circles. But then if you earn more, you will gradually start getting ever so slightly taxed, and really, really ever so slightly. But what's interesting to note is if you're like a company or an organization or an AI or a bot, you don't get to mint your own circles, and so you only have this 7% tax. So anything that you do earn from other people is effectively flat taxed at 7%. Maybe actually, let me go back, I wanted to maybe say something here still. So what we're working towards now, I mean, many things, but trying to provide euro-dollar price points for your circles. And so this also is expected to equilibrate. So maybe my circles are worth less or more than someone else's, but if we're closely connected, and we'll go further into this, how, like the expectation is that arbitrage can level that price point as well. And so, yeah, I mean, I know this was not planned in my talk, so I'll keep it short. Like my expectation is at least that this will form domain walls between different regions, because obviously it's not going to equilibrate to like one global price point. Anyway, sorry. If you have questions, like talk to me afterwards. And then a third part that I want to discuss with circles today is this new native property that we wanted to build into the protocol. Namely, if we imagine that we have this substrate of circles over a social graph, that's really not enough structure. We want to create more structure. And so groups are a way to add structure to this base layer, to this base substrate. Namely, you can create a group and you can say that you trust certain circles, wherever they are, and then they can form collateral that can get minted into your new group currency. So basically you can turn my personal Ben circles into some community currency. So for example, let's say ETHKyiv would start a community currency for everyone who's participating online, offline. I would be able to then, because we've connected, we'd be able to say Ben circles and Rostislav circles, and others, they can all be relabeled effectively as ETHKyiv tokens. But I think what's really interesting is that you can put a condition on that. So it's not, I mean, you could put that condition as like however much you want, anytime you want it, but you could also put conditions on proof of participation. Like maybe for the hours of being present is the hours of the amount of circles that you can mint. And so there's sort of a reputational, but more generally a proof of participation that you can experiment with when you're building these community currencies. Other ideas, like, but you can do whatever, are like, for example, if you hold certain POAPs or friends of friends, you can expand this over the social graph, or like I said, relative to like participation in real life events, I think is particularly one that I'm interested in. Anyway, to give you back a bit of structure in the talk, so I tried to explain what Circles was as a social money. And to me, I think there's these three properties that I would now define as properties of a social money. Namely, it needs to have some soft Sybil resistance. Yeah, otherwise it's really nothing to do with a social fabric. Ideally, it has some fair issuance over people, but I think it's often considered the issuance over time. Like, we are here now, but ideally I want to build software that lasts 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and a token that spikes now or crashes now is really not as interesting as a token that is equally fair to people that are born in 10 years or born in 20 years and come later to this game. I find it very surprising that we want to like build protocols on tokens that are issued at a specific point in time. So yeah, anyway, that's a little pet peeve, I guess. And then I was thinking about this last night. I think I'm old enough, or too old, and so I come up with my own words. This is not a word, but it's the best that I have sort of to describe this third property. I think of it as intercohesive. So if you can form community currencies and they promote cohesion within your community, because they're all built on the same substrate, there's also the possibility for people to be part of many communities, and so there's strong overlap, and it's also very easy to move and funds between these communities. And so increasing cohesion between communities, I think, is equally important as cohesion within the community itself. And so that's however you want to achieve that, but like with Circles, we try to achieve this because you have this underlying substrate definition of 1 circle per hour per person, and any group currency is equally one-to-one mapped to that. Anyway, that's the stuff we're building. Now I want to switch to where I'm probably on thin ice, but the things I do care about, and these are more invitations and ideas for what you could do with circles. And so I already talked a little bit about this in the talk. I think of governance as 2 parts: sense making and decision making, and I have to credit Vitalik here. Like, he writes wonderful both overviews and new ideas over the years. And so a few years ago, 2021, he wrote this blog post, how do we move beyond coin voting? And the main problem that he highlights is right now, and I think to this day, even though the post is a bit old, we do consider coin voting largely credibly neutral, but one of the weaknesses, or some of the weaknesses that you could reason about it has, might be patched over by the fact that right now, most coins have just large holders that actually do coordinate very tightly with each other. And so plausible attacks for coin voting aren't actually executable because it's just a small group of people with most of the coins. And if we really want to think about, like, how do we scale this type of technology to wider groups of people, which would be kind of the point, like, how do we use and build better algorithms to coordinate among ourselves, even if we don't know the people tightly, we do need to take this serious. And so the ideation here, and I think the proposal for that I wanted to, like, plant a seed for, is that this idea of social money, whether it's circles or anything in that category, might have really nice properties to try to move beyond coin voting. I'm going to assume most people know about these terms. I will try to summarize them again, but again, like, I'm on thin ice. I probably misspeak. Correct me afterwards. So quadratic voting, quadratic funding, and then there's improvements to that, and it does require or Sybil resistance, proof of personhood. To quickly summarize, the idea is that your 1 coin doesn't give you 1 vote, rather it gives you the square root of your 1 coin. So it's a different way of measuring how much you can vote. But if you do not have any Sybil resistance, then I'm just a whale. I'm going to distribute my funds over many accounts, and they look as if they were all plenty of people making small donations, where it's really me making all the donations. So you need to have some soft Sybil resistance, and circles, as I explained, sort of is starting from that point. How do we build that inherently into the money itself? A second aspect here, I think, is fair issuance. Like, if I only have a small amount of coins relative to other players, there's not that much of an incentive for me to even bother, spend my time to try to vote. But if there is a more fair distribution of these coins to vote with, even though they're limited, like, you don't have an unlimited amount that you can allocate just across wherever you want, then that makes the, like, what's the expression, like, equalizes the stakes across the table or something. That's not the expression I was looking for. Anyway, moving on. I think, like, so actually the link to the blog post is below. Those 4 points are 4 that I highlighted from it. I recommend you to reread it if it's not fresh in your mind or new to you. This idea of retroactive funding, also Optimism has, like, pioneered this. The idea is that, like, if you start a new project, you can issue project tokens. People can earn them by participating, or if someone's enthusiastic for your project, already buy them. And then afterwards, if something has proven to be very good, some larger fund with their own governance can buy up these tokens to reward the ones that move this forward. And so community currencies are very easy to create, and they're effectively project tokens. Like whether you earn them through participation, as I mentioned, or you're excited about a project or work people are doing, you can go and purchase them. And then other funds could later look back, evaluate, and see how valuable those efforts were. Circles, for a moment I take a step back, like the whole inspiration for Circles has grown out of this idea of complementary currencies. We're very used to having a single dollar or euro, and I'm not going to pronounce the Ukrainian currency because I will mess it up. But actually, it is very successful to have complementary local currencies compared to a more wider global currency. Many examples, Switzerland, less known, but actually also benefited a lot from having that. And so, coming back to the topic of the talk, like one way to be more secure with coin voting is to use it more as signaling, to not have it as a binding mechanism for which any proposal that gets voted gets executed, but rather as to substantiate any proposals that the core team might do. For in this case, I'm thinking about software and protocol upgrades and decision governance. You could use your wider community to signal and execute support, because often projects already have their own currency or their own coin, and so Circles is a very easily bootstrapped complementary currency to the project's already inherent currency that you could use for signaling. And then lastly, because none of these solutions are an end-all, forking is just a very important mechanism that we should always try to preserve. You can build groups to be forkable, and as I explained earlier with this made-up word of intercohesiveness, they're also just highly likely. So even before forking, you could just move with your feet and start competing projects. Okay, sorry, competing projects. I don't know how I'm doing on time. Okay. I have this small side remark. So I said Circles is at least equally a vision as much as an implementation. And so this side remark is on the implementation. It's all nice to say how do you get, it's easy to make community circles, but really we want them to have value as well. And so how do you bootstrap this? And so specifically circles are contracts on GnosisChain. And GnosisChain is run by validators. And then there's two earning mechanisms. Validators earn GNO and circles get issued to people. But validators are people, or at least we want them to be as much as possible. Also with distributed staking moving forward, it hopefully becomes more plausible for more people to do home staking, and especially distributed, to make it easier to not have this bigger liability. This is a pet. This is important for Gnosis specifically. So it's a bit of a side remark, but Gnosis really wants to push for distributed staking and help the chain be easily run by people. But anyway, you basically, what I wanted to say here, I'm making this too long for a side remark, you earn both sides of a liquidity pool. Like if you run the chain, you earn GNO, and if you are active in communities, you earn those community tokens. So you basically have free liquidity that you can put. If people use it, you earn fees, so you can hopefully offset some of your costs of running the actual chain, and you have some bootstrap price discovery for your community. Plus, as a sort of the first slide, like you own the whole stack of your infrastructure, of your own community money. Anyway, end of side remark. Yeah, lastly, I want to share some maybe crazy ideas, but like for how you could make this more concrete. And so applications are still very, very wide, but like one I think of interest to me at least, but more widely, I would like to think more often of the information ecosystem we have as a common good. And how do we govern this? How do we make sense of it? And can we apply some of these tools that we're building for that use case? So to make this less cryptic, like how do we do a better job at like misinformation and disinformation? Yeah, I guess we're on the same page. Again, yeah, Vitalik has good ideas. So below last year, he shared this idea that Twitter actually, or X, has these community nodes where you can, where some matrix factorization algorithm effectively for a very limited number of people decides whether a community node, like is this post helpful, misinformed, or whatever, should it be shown on everyone's feed or not that this is missing information. And I'll get to that, but this was a bit the inspiring thought for these 4 points. So if you have, if you would use community circles, your own community circles to vote on posts, to then allocate attention of your community, I think that's probably the most important point that I want to make, maybe in this whole talk. Like, my summarization is we currently have this epileptic information system globally. We have this idea that it's a very good thing that if someone tweets something and some random centralized algorithm decides it should be spread, that it like instantly appears on everyone's feed. Which, if that happens in your brain, you're like shivering on the floor in spasms. It's called epilepsy. And I think it's not a bad analogy for like the information ecosystem we have right now. Like a very natural and very healthy way of propagating information is to propagate it at slower speeds over a fabric and see whether it's worthwhile to keep propagating it. And so you could do this, or you could imagine this with quadratic voting. Like, you need to put skin in the game if you think a post is valuable enough to propagate it forward or to keep propagating it. And then you get this automatic feature backwards. Because people have had to put skin in the game, you also can trace it back, and you get a provenance trace, and you can start calculating a likelihood of, did this information actually originate in reality? Like, was it grounded somewhere in plausibly non-Sybil accounts? And what is that likelihood, or is this just AI generated? So I think both that forward direction of propagation and then the ability to look back at it. Ideally, all of this is in zero knowledge, but right now all of this is just public on chain. We'll have to get all of your contributions to move forward. Anyway, end of rant. But yeah, I think that's yeah, one of the more important ideas. Like, we really need to get away from the idea that information should just like wildly propagate because some algorithm tells people to look at this. And so if you just take the next logical step, like you have quadratic voting, if you now have funds to distribute, you can start thinking about citizen journalism, where people locally have an incentive to come together and report. You can take this one step further and think about retroactive funding. Citizen journalism is this sort of term for guerrilla citizenship. Sorry, yeah, well, maybe also guerrilla citizenship, but like guerrilla journalism, where people have an incentive again to report on the situation they see. And so I referenced Vitalik's talk. So he talks, or he mostly pushes for like, we should have more transparent and these economic algorithms that we're building to decide on whether annotations on posts should be shown. The problem that you have, if you think about this as a platform like Twitter, is that you have a global decision to make. Should this annotation of whether it's misinformation or harmful, or I'm not going to use the political terms, should that be shown, yes or no? And so you're in this global arbitration position. But if you have subjective money, which Circles inherently is, of community groups, you don't have to make a global choice. You can just, for that community, create a helpfulness score for any annotation, and you can opt into which score you like to see. And because they're not just subjective, but they're also consistent, you can merge these scores and you can say like, I want to see the score globally over all communities, or put on any glasses that you would like to see, and try. And again, I think that's a very important tool to try to build, is like, can we see the world through other people's eyes? Because if we don't see the same problems, there's really no point on trying to solve problems together either. And then maybe a last point is just, all of this imagination is very nice, but if no one's actually participating, then you just have theory and maybe some implementation that has no usage. So you do want to think about incentives, and so you could think about making any of those other than the inherent incentivization of having a sane information ecosystem, but like a profit incentive on top of that. You could make them into prediction markets. Like, will this post have been considered helpful in the future for this community? Can be a market that you can automate for any of them. And so you actually have a financial incentive, not just an inherent incentive for your community to have a good information digest, and also to battle attacks. Like, if someone tries to corrupt your information feed, like they will lose money because they will have to make the bet. Anyway, we haven't solved any important problems, but we're very happy to invite you along the journey. Very simply, if maybe the most easy step is you can already get circles. The project has been alive for a while, so there's two wallets. There's a legacy wallet, and then Gnosis is building a novel wallet called Metri. Feel free to use either. If you're building wallets, we're also super happy to support that, make it native part. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions.
Do we have questions?
Thanks for the talk. I'm slightly confused about the personal tokens. And at some point you also mentioned the CRC token that it gets issued. Is this the same thing? Because you said that the CRC could be potentially deposited into a pool to earn fees. And well, if my personal circles tokens are dirty or like worthless because they come from a Sybil account, then how can somebody do due diligence and
Right. So yeah, I don't need the slides back. I'll try to do this without. So yes, the personal circles are specific to yours. So think of it as an ERC20 contract that you launch. Like, I can make Bencoin now on Ethereum and no one is interested, right? And I can have a mint function on that, and I can say like, I'm gonna mint 1 Bencoin per hour. Again, no one's interested. What we do is we say like, everyone gets to do this, and then we make them fungible without your signature if you've said that this other account is trustable. So what I meant, and I should have explained better, with if you trust too carelessly, like in the beginning, this sort of gaseous analogy, is that you can have a balance over any of those ERC20 contracts in this model. And so you might end up with a zero balance of your own tokens, but have the new balance in some attacker tokens. And so for the group, collateralizing, this means that you just can't collateralize into the group because they don't accept the attacker tokens, but they only accept yours. And so if there's no other conditions on minting for the group, then the attacker can now mint and get that group currency and issue it. So I think it's both interesting to think about those conditions, but it's also, the groups are in effect a widening of the fungibility. It's easy, and sort of a collateralization, again, using the same word, but slightly different meaning, meaning that like, I can locally trust a number of people, but it's also interesting to say like, oh, right, everyone that ETHKyiv trusts, I probably also want to trust. And so I'm going to accept ETHKyiv's community currency. And then there is a slight risk that there are some Sybil tokens, but it's sort of averaged out by the community. Does that help?
Yeah, I do have more questions, but I guess I'll chat to you later.
Yeah.
Thank you for the talk. Me personally, I learned a lot despite I use circles already for some time. A question. Do you have any strategies how you can grow users, circles, or visibility of circles among different users, like partnerships, integrations, or maybe any other marketing strategies? Thank you.
So I'm probably not the right person to answer these things. But yes, I mean, I think I'd want to say two things. One, sort of where I can contribute most is, and what I'm trying to currently do is try to build an actual protocol that is easy, or that has good developer experience. So making it easier for wallets to integrate this, making it easier for dApps to integrate this. Part of this talk is also, why should you integrate circles, right? So like, governance can be one angle, it's not the only one. Specifically also, like, paying for things is the obvious use case of the money. But that has a more strong bootstrapping problem. Then the second, sort of what the official marketing plan is. So, well, maybe first, anyone who is interested, we're super happy to talk. So we do have strong support from Gnosis. So this project doesn't have any investors or any special allocations. Like, it is just personal circles only. But Gnosis Pay and CowSwap do have, like, we have strong ties, and so we obviously work to integrate there. And then I think lastly, sort of the big relaunch that we're planning was originally for ETHCC, but we're postponing this rather till the point where we have this DeFi liquidity bootstrapped, at least for selected groups. So if people already start making groups, then we will try to bootstrap liquidity for that with many different mechanisms that we'll try to establish, so that there is value for people that are either in a group or have some path towards groups, that they can have liquidity, and that will be, because yeah, maybe relating to the previous talk, most users probably don't care about our technology, and so we really want to relaunch with a story where there is fungibility and dollar exchange for circles, but hopefully also a native use for circles, so that not the only use is cashing them out, but rather you have incentives to actually use them. When that big relaunch will be, will depend on how many people help us build it as fast as we can. Yeah, thanks. Any more questions? Otherwise, I'll pass it on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Our next speaker is CEO at ETHKyiv, and the topic is really interesting, DeFi for normal people. Hey, Mike, can you hear us? Hey, Mike.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Yeah, I'll try to do this presentation remotely. I guess is there going to be an ability to do a Q&A, or is it just the presentation?
Yeah, we can do Q&A at the end of the presentation.
Okay. All right. Great. All right. Well, let me present my screen here. Okay. All right. Looks like it's showing up. So we're good. All right. Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to chat with folks, and yeah, it'll probably be like a 10 or 15-minute presentation, and then if you guys have questions or about really anything, I guess I'm happy to stick around and answer those. So I'm Mike. I'm the founder and CEO of ETHKyiv. Our mission at ETHKyiv in the long term is to create basically a suite of apps that makes DeFi easy for normal people, with the ultimate goal that people can replace banks for their day-to-day use. So in other words, we're trying to build a crypto-native financial services company. And so I guess as part of that, as a motivation for why we're doing this, I thought I would go through a presentation and talk about the challenges, I guess, that exist for DeFi adoption for normal people today, and then I'll speak a little bit more about how we're trying to solve that. All right, so it may be a little bit hard for me to see, but how many of you guys use DeFi? Looks like there was a few people that showed and that makes sense. Obviously, in this audience, it makes sense that there's going to be a good number of people that use it day to day. But how many of you feel safe and comfortable when you're using DeFi? Like, when you press that button on your hardware wallet, or when you click the button on MetaMask or Rabby or whatever you're using. I didn't see the same hands go up, so I'm gonna assume that most people, you use DeFi, but you don't feel super safe doing it. It still feels like kind of a janky experience where you might lose all your crypto if you click the wrong button. And I think that's one example, and it's especially telling given that in this audience it's a group of pretty sophisticated people, right? Like, it's a group of people that are very, very crypto native relative to what what a normal person might be. So what I want to do is walk you through a conversation that I had with a friend when they were trying to use ETHKyiv for the first time. And I use ETHKyiv, the protocol, as an example because I don't want to call out other protocols or other projects. I'll just talk about us specifically. But I think this same experience probably applies to in many cases, more so applies to other projects. I think ETHKyiv kind of is generally known as being one of the easier projects to use. And yet, when you walk through the actual experience of using it for a normal person, it's quite it can be quite challenging. So I was talking to a friend of mine and telling him about all the things that that I'm working on and what ETHKyiv is doing. And this friend of mine is actually pretty let's say accomplished, right? He's about my age, so he's not, he's not super old. He was a tech startup founder, so he had a company that he started and ran for many years, and then eventually sold it. So he made a bunch of money doing that. So he's pretty successful. He has an engineering background, like he codes, probably pretty regularly, probably every day. He's working on his next startup now. So the reason I say this is like, this is not even this person that I'm going to walk through an example, of is not really a normal person. Like, this person is very technically savvy, accomplished, smart. I think this is about as good as you can get, as far as a person who is, is trying to get into crypto and should be able to, get started pretty easily. Okay, so with that context, the first thing that he does is he sends $5,000 to Kraken because he's trying to figure out, how do I buy ETH so that I could so that he could stake it on ETHKyiv. So he sends $5,000 to Kraken. After a week, the money still hasn't shown up. Now, Kraken obviously is a pretty large exchange. So he's wondering, like, what's going on? Is this like, did he just lose $5,000? Like, what happened here? Okay, so then he says, all right, well, let me, that didn't work. So what if I try another, exchange? And there's another exchange in Canada. He happens to be Canadian, called Wealthsimple. So he says, well, why don't I just buy my ETH, on this other exchange? So I say, sure, whatever, that's fine. Go to Wealthsimple. The main thing is that you need to be able to withdraw your crypto into your wallet. So he gets MetaMask and purchases some crypto, and and is about to withdraw it. So this is, I think, the first example of frustration with crypto. That when you go to buy it, the only way to actually buy it is through these centralized exchanges that create in most cases, a pretty negative experience when you do so. Like, your money gets stuck, and it's opaque how to then actually get these, get the crypto out. So it's a very, just the very beginning of the experience of trying to get into crypto is already pretty challenging and frustrating. Okay, so then he looks at Wealthsimple. He's about to buy his crypto, and he realized that Wealthsimple takes 2%, a 2% fee on purchasing crypto, which is kind of insane. And to him, this is a surprise, and it's a frustrating surprise. And it's a good example of the various sort of hidden fees and all the the pitfalls that you kind of run through when you're trying to just get started. Okay, so then finally, after a while, his Kraken funds showed up, but he realized that in transferring funds to Kraken, there was a wire fee and some deposit fee that ended up costing him over $100. So again, yet another example of like, all right, like I'm just trying to buy some crypto, and the result is this sort of surprisingly negative experience where the funds get stuck for a while, and then he gets charged a pile of money for doing it. Okay, finally, all right. So he got his funds onto an exchange. He's purchased crypto, moved it to his Trezor, but now he's trying to figure out how to move it to MetaMask so that he can use it in DeFi. And to us, like to, again, more sophisticated crypto people that use DeFi pretty regularly, that seems like really intuitive and obvious, right? You buy your crypto on the exchange, you send it to your hardware wallet, you connect your hardware to MetaMask. But to him, this is a new experience. He's confused about how to connect his hardware wallet to his MetaMask so that he can then plug into ETHKyiv. And just think about the number of like steps that somebody already has had to go through just to be able to use like a very simple staking app, right? Like this is about as simple as it can get. and you can see like there's like already a sequence of 3 steps that he had to do with a bunch of barriers preventing him from doing so. Okay, so then finally he's making the connection that, oh, okay, so when I transfer it from from Kraken to Trezor to MetaMask, it's MetaMask and Trezor, it's still the same wallet. It's not a new a new thing that I'm depositing into. So finally, all right, he figures it out. He gets it he gets it onto his hardware wallet. He finally connects it to ETHKyiv, and he staked 1 ETH. And and he's describing the experience of having done so, and he's saying, all right, so to deposit it to ETHKyiv, I had to do 2 transactions because he had to do an approval, and then he had to do a deposit transaction. You realize, all right, there's like $15 worth of gas fees, that it resulted in doing that. Again, to us, to a crypto sort of native audience, this feels intuitive and like, yeah, of course, you just do your approval transaction, then you do your deposit. It all feels very straightforward. But to a normal person trying to go through, through DeFi, again, just think about the sequence of things that he's had to do just to perform this very simple action, right? Like put money in exchange, figure out how to get it to show up, buy the crypto, move it, to his hardware wallet, connect this hardware to MetaMask, connect the MetaMask wallet to this dApp, do 1 transaction, and think about the number of scams this person probably had to navigate, when they Googled or looked on social media or whatever, and trying to figure out how to do this stuff. It's like staking your ETH is basically like an obstacle course with what I think is like a pretty simple, project. And then he wants to transfer the staked ETH to Liquid, which is another one of our products that deploys it in DeFi. So now he's confused. All right, so I moved this ETH into somewhere else, but now the ETH doesn't show up in his wallet. So it's not obvious to him that by depositing it into another protocol to deploy it into DeFi, it's not obvious to him that the ETH is still staked, and yeah, he got some other random token that now he's received, in exchange for depositing it into DeFi. All right, so finally he got it staked, he got it deployed into DeFi, and by the way, this conversation is happening over the course of I think it was at least a day. So it's pretty much a full day of me going like back and forth trying to help him and walk him through this whole process. Finally, he gets everything staked and deposited, and he says, "Okay, great. Now, how do I actually monitor whether this thing is doing what it's supposed to be doing?" And that's a good question. Like, what think about yourself. Like, how do you monitor the performance of your assets? Like, do you it's not easy to figure out. Okay, are you actually are your assets growing or not? And then, of course, there's a question of depending on what tax jurisdiction you live in. Now you need to think about, well, how do I pay taxes on this stuff? Like, I'm earning all these rewards. Is this, are these income? Are they capital gains? Or, what do you actually? How do you actually navigate this? This process so that you can, be compliant with the laws that you have. And again, to repeat, this is all this sequence of steps and these questions, and what you end up with is all just for like a simple staking protocol. Let's put aside something like more interesting, like playing around with Aave or looping or all the crazy derivatives and protocols that exist in in DeFi. So think about all the different steps and assumptions that a person needs to have in order to actually be able to do the simplest thing in DeFi. So I think through this experience, and probably I'm sure many of you have had the same experience as well when you tried to get a normal friend to participate in crypto. I think the conclusion that you have to come to is that in its current state, DeFi is basically incomprehensible to normal human beings. There's way too many steps, way too many assumptions. It's basically designed for hyper sophisticated, very financially oriented technical people, and that I think that's the reason that DeFi at this point has maybe 1 or 2 million users in the world. It's still pretty much inaccessible to normal people. Okay, so that's the mission of ETHKyiv in a nutshell. Is we want to make this experience easy. We want to make it so that a normal person can plug in, use, or get the benefits of DeFi without having to go through a sequence of 15 different steps and confusing messaging to try and participate. And specifically, I started by telling you that ETHKyiv's goal is to create a crypto native financial services company that ultimately replaces banks. We think there's three, at the very beginning, there's three basic, features or activities that a user needs to be able to do. And those three things are to be able to save, invest, and spend their money. And with ETHKyiv, that means that that is represented by the three products that we currently have, which is ETHKyiv Stake, ETHKyiv Liquid, and ETHKyiv Cash. Where Stake is, you can think of it as a savings product. Liquid is a non-custodial investment product, and Cash is our spending account. So this is what staking looks like. For those of you that haven't had a chance to use ETHKyiv, it's for a crypto person, it's it's fairly straightforward. You click a button and you stake your ETH after going through the various steps that we saw our friend here go through. Liquid is a non-custodial investment vault. So once you've staked your ETH, you can take it and deploy it in DeFi with one transaction, and it gives you access to all the best yields across DeFi in a non-custodial way. And then ETHKyiv Cash is the newest product that we just announced, and it's actually going to be fully launching in the next couple of months. It's a spending account, so it's an actual credit card. It's a Visa credit card that lets you spend your crypto in real life without ever having to offer it. So in other words, you don't have to do the sort of crazy dance that's basically the inverse of what we just saw, our friend here go through. You can just spend money on this credit card directly and and live your life. And the way that this product is designed is it's super simple. You download a mobile app, you connect your wallet, you transfer money from a bank, buy some crypto, and then with a single click you can stake and invest your crypto, and then you're able to spend money, which you can either borrow money against your ETHKyiv deposits, or it can swap them into whatever currency you're spending. Again, all without having to offer him yourself. And that's basically the whole idea, is to never have to offer him again. And with that, we think that that will open the door to a lot more normal people being able to use crypto. And get all the benefits of having a censorship-resistant, non-custodial, transparent financial services experience, and eventually get themselves fully out of the TradFi system. Okay, so that's the dream. That's what we're trying to build. So with that, I will. How much time do we have? Looks like we've got a few minutes. Yeah, happy to answer questions about either ETHKyiv or anything kind of in general that you guys want to chat about.
Please raise your hand if you have a question.
Hello. About this card, is it works in Ukraine? Can you send it here?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the problem with credit cards is they're very jurisdiction specific. So it depends on the specific country that the rules within that country. So I wish I probably should have checked this. I'm not actually 100% sure if Ukraine is on the initial country list, but I think eventually eventually we'll definitely make sure that it's deployed in Ukraine. Or if you have a friend, somewhere in the EU or the UK, you could just get them to order the card for you, and then it will work in the Ukraine as far as like using it. But I don't know if Ukraine is on the list of initial countries where you'll be able to sign up for it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
Just curiosity, like this liquid product, like could you talk a little bit more about, because I was trying to read the slide, the explainer. I was just curious because I raised my hand with DeFi, but I only just like trade minimal things. I never do anything wild, I just hold, so I'd be interested to hear.
Yeah, so if you're familiar with Yearn, it is kind of a next generation version of Yearn. If you're not familiar with Yearn, that analogy doesn't help. So what is it? Basically, when you stake your ETH with, let's say, with EtherFi or any other protocol, you get a liquid token representation of that, and that token earns a certain rate of reward, like 3% roughly, right? So when you stake your ETH, you're getting that rate of reward. But then you can earn additional rewards and yield on that token by deploying it into various DeFi projects. So, for example, you can lend that token, or you can deposit it into Aave and earn an interest rate on top of the staking rewards, or you can put it into a decentralized exchange and earn trading fees, right? So you can do all the normal DeFi Legos that you could do in DeFi. Which for some people they like playing this sort of these DeFi games where they deposit it and move it around and loop it and do these complex strategies. But many people don't want to do that. They don't want to deal with having to choose any of the literally hundreds of different projects that they can deposit staked ETH into. And so what Liquid does, the EtherFi Liquid product does, is it automates the deployment of staked ETH into all these strategies and balances and diversifies it across these various projects. So instead of you having to figure out which ones and how to construct the strategy, you just click one button, deposit it into Liquid, and then it's automatically handled for you. So this is analogous. It's not exactly the same, but it's analogous to an investment product, but in a way that is non-custodial and censorship resistant. So again, instead of you having to do the investment, you just sort of click a button and it does it for you. Again, this is not a perfect analogy, but it's sort of like buying an index fund, in the stock market. You're just sort of you're pressing one button, you're buying one asset, and then it just sort of deploys it across a whole bunch of different strategies for you.
Hello, I have a follow-up question on that. I was recently trying out the Liquid feature of EtherFi, and I just noticed this little notice or option to book is it Nexus? I might be mistaken. Nexus Mutual or Nexus Mutual? The
Nexus
insurance.
Mutual, yeah.
And I would just it just brought to my head, okay, I get it, it's DeFi, there's risk, but I wanted to know what sort of risk is it, and what do you recommend to users?
Yeah, Nexus Mutual is great. So they provide insurance for smart contract risk. So in other words, if the project gets hacked, you'd be covered for that in exchange, obviously, for a fee. There's with DeFi, given the state that it's in, there's tons of risks, right? Because Liquid deploys into, I think, like 7 or 8 different protocols, so a pretty large number of other projects on your behalf, and so even if any one of those projects is not very risky, right? Because it's projects like Aave, it's projects like Uniswap, these are like blue chip projects that have been around for a very long time. Even if any one of those projects is not super risky, the aggregate of deploying it into 10 strategies, does have more risk associated with it. And so, yes, it's not a bad idea to buy insurance and get coverage. It kind of depends on how adventurous you are. The nice thing with Liquid is it is actively monitored, and it really only deploys into blue chip, like fairly well established projects and strategies. So it's as far as like participating in DeFi, I would say it's a good, relatively safe way to do it. But I think getting insurance is always a really good option.
Thank you very much. I can see another hand.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. And my question will be about future of EtherFi. How do you see next steps of EtherFi to improve client experience and protocol?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is what what I talked about with our cash product, which will include a mobile app. So it'll be, if you have an iPhone or Android, you'll be able to download this app, sign up, transfer your money, and then do all the things that you want to be able to do on EtherFi through this app. So you'll be able to in a very straightforward way, deposit and move around your assets. And I think that will be a big step as far as making that experience easy for you.
Me again. Maybe just to spice it up, so it's a bit of a curveball to give you a heads up. But like, do you have a policy on governance voting with the tokens that are in EtherFi, or how does that work? Do you have access to being able to vote on behalf of the people that use your products?
Do I personally have
no,
access
EtherFi
to
as a project. To what extent do you have access?
So we do. We actually just. Sorry, I want to make sure I'm answering the right question. Are you asking about the ETHKyiv token? Like, do we have any kind of governance set up and voting using the ETHKyiv token?
No, I was asking, like, say that I put, I mean, ETH is not a good example, but like some other token like Maker or something in Aave, and or to what extent does that give you governance access to those protocols on my behalf? Because maybe it's a wrong.
What do you mean by governance access?
I mean, does EtherFi have any of their own projects? Or, I mean, I'm assuming like Aave, etc., like they're well audited projects. But potentially, if you have your own staking, ETH doesn't give you directly voting. But maybe there's other products where you have built your own contracts, and by putting my contracts into your, by putting my coins into your contract, you effectively have delegated voting rights for those projects. I don't know. Maybe you have none of such.
Yeah. So, okay. I think I understand. So the tokens that you put into EtherFi are we have these various smart contracts and products. So we have the 3 products, right? Stake, Liquid, and Cash. The tokens that we accept are ETH and USDC. And in a few different versions of USD. So those tokens don't have any voting power. Like, there's no governance associated with those tokens. So so there's no there's no governance, I guess, actions that we can take on your behalf. And as a protocol, we wouldn't, even if we did accept tokens like Maker or whatever, like that's not something that we would do unless I guess unless our community or something asked asked us to do it. So I guess, yeah, the short answer is no. There's no tokens that you can deposit that will give us governance power on your behalf.
Thank you very much. We have another question.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about ETHKyiv Cash. So will you use a third-party provider as a bridge from eCash to crypto, or did you build your own? Why am I asking? Because most of the third-party providers I've seen, they have a high fee rate for this bridging from eCash to crypto. And for me personally, it's sometimes easier to make a couple additional approves on chain than using them. But it's only those which I've seen. And so if you're using third party, which one and why did you choose among all the one you will use? Thank you.
So the answer to the question of like, do we use third parties is yes. We use, unfortunately, when you use a credit card or when you try to create a credit card product, there's probably 6 or 7 different services that you need to plug into to be able to create that. Everything from the actual card processor to the payment processor to on-ramp and off-ramp to a KYC thing and so on. So there's a ton of stuff that's that's involved. So the good news is no, there are not going to be any fees for off-ramping because we're working directly with Circle and Tether to be able to move the funds, from crypto to fiat and settle it one-to-one, and then we don't charge the user any additional fees for doing that. So there are no fees for on-ramp and off-ramp. If you put in $1, you get $1. If you spend $1, it'll charge you $1. The only fees, I guess, additional fees that we'd have is FX fees. Currency exchange. So this is a US dollar card. So if you use this US dollar card on, for a non-US dollar transaction, there is going to be, depending on the tier, which card specifically. Oh, that's weird. I was about to sneeze, but then it went away. If you use the card for a non-USD transaction, then there will be an FX fee depending on the tier. But that's normal for any credit card, right? Like any card that you use, there's going to be some sort of FX fee associated with it. With the highest tier of card, there actually is no FX fee. The lower sort of cheaper tiers of the card, there is going to be, I think, like a 1% FX fee, which again is pretty typical, unfortunately.
Okay, I think we asked everything. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the conference, guys, and I'm sure I'll see some folks around at the various other crypto conferences.
Thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Okay, let's give a very warm welcome to our next speaker, who is just heading on the stage. It's Harry, CEO of NIM, and the topic is how to avoid MetaMask getting your IP address.
Yes? Okay, cool. And does the slides work? Okay, it looks like they do. So I'm from NIM, and maybe I need to turn it on. Give me a second. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, so Ethereum is it's very useful for many things like DeFi, but it has some problems. Has anyone here ever been blocked from using an Ethereum-based service? No? No issues? Okay. Well, for example, we have had a lot of cases where you have a situation where obviously because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, areas like the occupied Ukraine areas and Crimea should be blocked, but often like kind of dumb American companies are like, oh, it's too complicated to figure out who's in Crimea versus who's not, and blah, blah, blah. So they will just block all of Ukraine. And we have to argue with them, like, why are you blocking Ukraine? So forth and so on. So, and also you'll notice that like certain, at least, various different exchanges often do kind of censor transactions. And this has been a large problem for Ethereum validators as well. People have been following all the debates over inclusion list, how to get the validators like kind of fairly include various transactions. And it really wasn't considered a particularly big deal until I think this time about almost 2 years ago, about a year and a half ago, MetaMask changed their policy so that they actually started tracking everyone's IP addresses. And that's not exactly MetaMask itself. It's, this is the change of policy. It's Infura, which is their RPC provider. So if you are using Infura, which like most people that use MetaMask do use, it basically gathers your IP address and then can share that with the company, with advertisers, governments. I mean, who knows? So I think for privacy reasons, it's probably good not to give them your IP address. And so we've invented, so how many people here use VPNs at all? How many people? Just, okay, most people, cool. Anyone use Tor? Okay, people have heard of it, 2 or 3, 4. Okay, so what happens with NIM is we basically said, well, look, we have this problem where every time you use the internet, you're essentially leaking your IP address, and therefore the IP address can actually kind of geolocate which neighborhood you're in often. So we want to basically make a solution which does not leak that data. Now, the problem with VPNs and Tors, when you use a VPN, all of the VPN provider kind of captures all of your data so they know exactly what you're doing. And if you use Tor, there's like a statistical correlation attack where you can look at the entry and exit nodes. And often Tor just gets blocked as well because people will assume you're up to no good. So we decided that we wanted to create, you know, how blockchains work is they send transactions. So we decided we wanted to create a transaction-based anonymous networking app. And this is a NIM mixnet. So it's similar to Tor because it has multiple hops to unlink the origin destination IP address. But it's different insofar as that there is cover traffic. So when you're not using it, it sends fake traffic out. That's quite useful. And the traffic, usually when I use Tor or VPN, the packets come first in, first out. So if I send a packet, I send a second packet, they actually exit in the same order, more or less the same time. That uniquely fingerprints which website you're visiting or whatever, even if you're using a VPN or Tor. So we actually change the order of packets. We mix them. That's what's called a mixnet. And in order to speed it up, we allow people in a decentralized fashion to add more nodes. If you're interested in running a node, we're doing a meetup after this at 4 p.m. and we can walk through the node setup process. So it's kind of, rather than running a validator, you're running a mixed node. Rather than mining or doing a proof of stake game, you're mixing people's packets. So this is like a comparison of the difference between the various kind of anonymous routing software. So if you look at a VPN, it's a big centralized server, and you can see that this pattern that comes in and comes out is kind of the same. So they can see what you're doing. The VPN provider sees what you're doing. Anyone looking at the VPN provider sees what you're doing. Tor is a bit better because there's 3 hops. There's an entry, a relay, and an exit. These are the guards. But you can still see that fingerprint of traffic is still there. So we think mixnets, particularly for at least packet-based routing, is the best because you see the pattern comes in, but then all the packets are kind of made the same size. They're mixed up, and they come out more anonymous. So I think it's a pretty easy visualization. And if you're interested in coding on them for the hackathon, we have a lot of ways to do that. We have built effectively what's called a local client you can install and play with. You can also run servers that are kind of the closest thing you have to hidden services in NIM called service providers, which are only accessible via the NIM mixnet. And then we have this thing called gateways, which allow you to, so if I'm using an anonymous router, I'm on my phone, I'm sending anonymous packets back and forth, but like, let's say my phone goes out of internet service. Who's collecting those? Do you want to lose those packets? No, you want to collect them somewhere, and you collect them at the gateway. So this is the equivalent of the entry or exit nodes for Tor. And then in order to integrate against NIM, you can use WebSockets. I don't know if people here use WebSockets. It's quite nice. And Yana later today will be showing out how to do JavaScript integration. You can also use pure WebAssembly, so you can actually somewhat similar. This is very useful for censorship resistance. So you want to be using VPN-like system, like our MixNet. You do not want people to know you're using it, so you can embed the MixNet client itself into a web page, so it looks like you're just visiting, I don't know, myhomepage.com, but actually you're going to the MixNet and you're going out. This we think could be quite useful for people in places like occupied Ukraine that need to kind of get out, escape and not reveal that they're kind of talking home to Ukraine. And then we have a SOCKS 5 client for anyone who's pretty old school. That's how Tor mostly works. It just shoves all of the internet traffic into a kind of port. So all of those work today, and we'll go into them at the meetup in more detail. And so the steps to make NIM work is you basically download what's called a network topology. So if you use a VPN, the big problem with VPNs is sometimes they get blocked. The way they block is they block all the entry-exit nodes. Tor has like 7 or 11 machines running a directory authority, which lists the entry and exit nodes. That's how Tor gets censored. So we actually use a blockchain here. So we have validators. You retrieve a blockchain. The blockchain does a peer-to-peer broadcast. You can keep updated on what nodes are running. You register. You authenticate. This is all anonymous. It's done via ZK proofs, which we'll be giving out during the workshop. And then you can basically send messages. And we send messages using this thing called the Sphinx packet format. So if anyone here knows what Lightning is, it's an anonymous packet format. It's the same packet format that Lightning uses. This is the kind of the detailed take on the MixNet. So again, this is a user. You kind of encrypt your packets on your local machine. You make them all the same size. You ship them through the MixNet. We add in the cover traffic. We add in the multiple hops. We mix them up, and they come out anonymous. So I'll skip the SOCKS 5 stuff but people are interested. You can use, SOCKS 5 works well with Telegram, so it's very easy to use NIM with Telegram and other applications like that. Bitcoin wallets, this is a Bitcoin wallet from Blockstream. They definitely use SOCKS 5. Now, WebSockets works pretty well. WebAssembly also works well. There's a whole SDK which you can investigate. Just really depends. So if you're interested in using like an NPM and JavaScript to use NIM, you can talk to Yana. We'll be going through that later today. And we do indeed have a token. The token basically exists to give a reputation to the mix node. So rather than staking on a validator, you stake on a mix node. The mix node is like, again, it's kind of like a VPN node. The more packets you send through the VPN node, the more NIM you get from a smart contract. That's called a proof of mixing. So rather than mining, you're mixing. And we basically kind of test by sending fake traffic through the network if you're mixing or not. And then assuming more and more people use the network, you basically end up getting more and more NIM tokens, which we think is, not so bad. And there's all these different roles you can play, but I'll kind of skip that because it gets complicated. And NIM, by the way, because we're using it in a very high-speed way, we do not build the core infrastructure on top of Ethereum itself because of transaction fees and being kind of slow. We build on top of Cosmos, and we use CosmWasm for our smart contracts because it's faster and also lets us do kind of zero-knowledge stuff really cheap, which is still something everyone's kind of working on Ethereum. So anyways, after we discovered that MetaMask was harvesting people's IP addresses, if you want to not have your IP address harvested, the community, not us, basically set up a RPC node that used NIM really quickly. So this was set up by No Trust Verify. That's the Medium page there that gives you instructions on how to use NIM with to kind of hide your RPC node. And then, some people, but the problem is if you just use another RPC node, even a NIM-enabled RPC node, what's the problem? Well, the problem is you're still trusting that RPC node. So maybe you don't want to trust that RPC node. In that case, you can just actually run your own. You can run your own RPC node. And so what you do is you can follow these instructions. Again, software not created by us, but by the community for software called Spook. And Spook basically sets up NIM yourself on your local disk, and then communicates to the RPC node via NIM when you're talking to MetaMask. That's another kind of nice setup, but effectively the way you want to think about it is, you you have your MetaMask wallet over here. It talks to our WebSocket client. That WebSocket client sends things to the mixed network, and then we talk to Ethereum using the mixed network directly. So that's a little bit more trustworthy, but a little bit more complicated. The instructions are online. And some people are like, well, whatever, I want to run my own RPC node. If you want to run your own RPC node, we're working with Andreessen Horowitz, and I recommend, this is probably the best RPC node software out there called Helios. And it basically lets you run your own untrusted, of course, centralized RPC endpoint in a pretty safe way. And that binds really well to NIM. You can go to our GitHub and see our binding. So rather than download the A16 version, you download our fork. And our fork kind of puts NIM on top of the RPC provider that then you yourself run. So depending on how paranoid you are, you can either, just to summarize, you can use someone else's RPC node that's enabled by NIM. You can run NIM on your own machine before you talk to the RPC node, or you can run your own RPC node with NIM embedded in it. And these are all cool. This is probably the most paranoid version. And it's honestly pretty simple, but we do have things we would like people to do, and we'd be happy if you guys are have any hardcore MetaMask coders out there and Ethereum coders. These are things that we would give large NIM token grants to see completed. So the problem is that most people are not going to essentially change their RPC settings, right? So what we would like is a version of MetaMask that automatically uses the mixnet to hide your transactions. Essentially an anonymous MetaMask. I think that would be pretty cool. That would require hacking MetaMask, which is pretty hard. So if you're interested in that, get in touch. And that would be better than using fully functional ETH transactions through NIM. So I'm just going to end by showing this is how it works today. Again, it's not super hard to change your RPC provider. You just add a network. So I do hope people try to get this working. And if you kind of want to look at what NIM is doing, if you use MetaMask plus NIM, you can actually see it in action. You can see it talking to WebSockets, putting your Ethereum transactions into Sphinx packets and sending them out. This is just a screenshot from my terminal. And it looks kind of complicated, but it's really just, again, sending RPC, receiving, and if you've done some coding, you've seen that before. And you can see it's trying to do that through. So that's it. That's kind of the MetaMask game. However, we are also interested, there's a bit of an issue with ETH2. So with Ethereum 2, this came up. People got worried because I think the leader selection was at least was deterministic. So the problem is if you can predict the next leader, you can DDoS that validator. Does anyone here run ETH2 validators? They're pretty heavyweight. Okay, so you run an ETH2 validator, you may get DDoS, and this allows all sorts of financial attacks on Ethereum. So we worked with ChainSafe, which is an Ethereum company, to effectively add libp2p. Do people familiar with libp2p? Yeah, so we add libp2p support for NIM, and this basically lets you use NIM as a pluggable transport on top of libp2p, which is pretty cool because using our kind of NIM Rust API, there's a little screenshot of it here. There's a lot going on, but I'll speed up. You can integrate NIM directly against Ethereum 2 consensus clients. So we used, are people familiar with Lighthouse? That's one of the Rust-based Ethereum consensus client. So we basically tried to add NIM to that client. Now there was some, people have these questions about mixed nets. They say, so we talked to the Ethereum Foundation, like, oh, they're too heavyweight, they're too slow. I was like, well, it depends on your consensus algorithm, right? So when we did the testing on Ethereum 2, I don't know if this has changed, but last time we did testing, we had about 4 seconds for block production, 300 milliseconds to produce the block, 500 milliseconds to receive the block from the Ethereum network, and 550 seconds to process the block. So you add all these up, that's like 2 seconds, and then we can actually fit a mixnet, although not without too much mixing, but if you turn the mixing off and you just do the cryptography to hide the IP address, we can get the mixnet inside of Ethereum consensus because it only takes 300 to 400 milliseconds to run if your machine's fast enough, which most Ethereum validators are pretty heavyweight machines. And that's pretty cool. We're still working to speed up even more. We think we'll get a 2 to 4x speed up because we're optimizing Curve 25519 using assembly level optimizations made by Daniel Bernstein, who invented Curve 25519, who we are working with. So I think if people are interested in running essentially an anonymous ETH2 validator, this is something we're definitely interested in seeing if people can do. So we'd love to like talk to people. We could, we'd give grants for people to finish coding all this stuff up. But you can basically, yeah, you can check it out. And I think the other thing we're now looking at is we're looking at validator inclusion and validator censorship of transactions, and just trying to fix that. So if you have any questions, that's me on Twitter. That's my email. We have a Telegram channel. And we are doing a meetup at 4 p.m. I think, Yana, it's downstairs or upstairs? Upstairs. Okay, it's upstairs. So just stop by, and we have, oh, it's downstairs, sorry. It's downstairs. And if you stop by, we have essentially, you can use NIM as a VPN, and we'll be giving away free zero-knowledge access credentials to access the VPN. And so you get a free VPN app showing up. But we might ask you to do some usability testing, because we're still trying to get it really working and fast enough for everyone. Okay, that's it. I don't know if there's any questions.
Please raise your hand if you have questions.
Probably a bit different than your standard DeFi talk. So, sorry, we're not doing DeFi. Okay, go
ahead. So, as I understood, you hiding packets.
Yeah, we're hiding packets.
Yeah, by making all of them one size. So for this, you have to fill them with some mock dummy data.
Yeah, we do. So that's done with the Sphinx packet format. So like let's say you have a small packet, and our packets are currently like 200 some kilobytes. We probably will increase it to 500 to speed things up. So let's say your message is less than 200 kilobytes, then we fill dummy data and encrypt that packet plus the dummy data. And when the dummy data exits the network, it's kind of unpacked, and you get the real packet out, but the packet, the servers in between can't see what packet is. Inversely, if let's say I'm sending a video or a giant file, like a copy of the Ethereum blockchain through NIM, you can do this, but we have to take this huge, gigabytes or terabyte thing and divide into lots of little packets, and we send them out. So that's why there's a bit of a slowdown. Right, so it really depends what you're doing. So for Ethereum, and for even some of the smaller zero-knowledge proofs, it's pretty good, right? The packets aren't so huge. But if you're sending like huge files or pictures over Telegram, it has a tendency to be really slow, because you have to reassemble all the packets and then unpack them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't think we don't have more questions.
Okay. Oh, I know there's another speaker.
Right? Yeah, and just a short follow-up from it was a pretty good question. Would you want to work on sort of this alternative, like higher bandwidth for larger files? Is that something on your roadmap?
So we're running experiments. I'll discuss them at the meetup, but we're trying to figure out what's the optimal size for the packets, right? So obviously, like, you could make the packets bigger, so we make them 500 kilobytes. There'd be less packets, which is on some level good, right? But it depends what's going on. So if everyone's just sending short text messages all the time, it's kind of wasteful of bandwidth. But if people are sending like large zero-knowledge proofs or whatever, then maybe we want, or like videos or images, we probably want to increase it. You can even, to be frank, you can run 2 different packet sizes over the network at once. But then the problem is, like, an enemy can then distinguish the packet. So the enemy, let's say like the Russian government can say, oh, well, that's an Ethereum transaction because it's a small packet, and that's an image because that's a bunch of big packets. And so I think it's a trick to find like a packet size that's big enough that it can handle larger files, but not so big it just like burns all your bandwidth down. And right now, are kind of leaning towards 500 kilobytes. We're thinking of doubling the packet size pretty soon. Okay. Well, we'll be downstairs, or upstairs, I forget, and downstairs, and I'll see you around. Thanks so much. It's wonderful being Kyiv. Victory to Ukraine.
We have one more question.
Oh, one more question. Okay.
I just didn't get if it's free to use it. For example, I want to send
right now.
like terabyte of data. I need NIMS to send it.
No, not right now. I mean, we will probably eventually. I mean, we will charge the VPN use eventually because people who are using the VPN are just shoving tons of packets through. Right now, you can just send packets through and no one's charging. And it's used through the JavaScript or WebAssembly or WebSocket, so it's just free. And I think we're going to try to keep, like, for developers, we'll try to keep like the MixNet integrations as free, basically. But for people that want to use as a VPN and they're like sending tons of traffic through because they're downloading Netflix, yeah, we'll probably charge them some VPN-ish fee. But for developers, like if you're doing Ethereum stuff, it doesn't really make sense. And the payment mechanism, if you're interested, we have, although we haven't really discussed it in this presentation, but we have a zero-knowledge proof payment system. Because let's say you want to pay for NIM. You want to buy some NIM because you want to use NIM as a VPN. You're not just sending a few Ethereum transactions through, but you're sending like huge amounts of data through. Then essentially what we would do, because we don't want your payment data, is you basically, but we don't want you to care about NIM, right? I mean, NIM's a cool token, but it might be too complicated for a lot of ordinary people to convert like Ethereum to NIM or, I don't know, their credit card to NIM. So what we do is we basically have a smart contract that takes many different kinds of payments and then converts them to NIM on the back end and then without you worrying about it, and then gives you a zero-knowledge proof back, and you use a zero-knowledge proof, it's what we call ZK NIM, to show that you've paid, and that ZK NIM delinks your payment from your usage of the network. Because like with a traditional VPN, the VPN provider can always figure out who you are if you're paying because they have your friggin' credit card details.
I guess it could, like in a torrent, for example.
Yeah.
You have a ratio, or for example, you validate at the same time. For example, for ratio like 3, you need to pass 3 terabytes to get 1 terabyte. Like.
Yeah, we've thought about that, but we haven't implemented that. So right now, everything is just free. Just if you're just wondering, like you can just use it. Like no one's charging anything right now. We're thinking about how to charge in the future for VPN usage. But yeah, that's a good idea, like a ratio. We haven't really thought about that too much. Okay, well, thanks for the good idea. We'll follow up on that, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our next speaker has health issues today, and he couldn't join right now. So you all have free time till 4:30, and please come back. Hey hackers, please proceed to the lecture hall. We will start in a few minutes with our next presentation. Всім привіт! Повертайтесь, будь ласка, в лекторію. Наш наступний спікер вже готовий починати. Hey everyone, we are waiting for you all in our lecture hall because our next speaker already ready to give us his presentation. So our next speaker is Yuri Klarman, who is the CEO of bloXroute, and he will talk us through the future of map. Yuri, can you hear us? Hey, hey.
Okay, good afternoon, good morning for me. Could you also show my slides?
Yeah, please share your screen.
I'm already sharing.
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, perfect. Hi everyone, Uri from bloXroute here. Not sure how many people are actually in the crowd right now, but Vitalik is talking after me, so I'm pretty sure that the last 10 minutes everybody will come. Today we're going to talk a bit about the future of MEV. In order to understand where MEV is going, we're also going to talk a bit about where MEV came from and where it's currently at. And we're going to get the unaligned edition. So we're going to take all the spicy takes of, did we make the right choices? Did we really make good choices about it? But before all of that, I want to give a really big shout out to, wait, colors are completely off, right? You see this in white and teal?
No, we can see it as yellow and blue. Thank you.
Okay, it's weird. I'm seeing it differently. Okay, perfect. Then that would have been weird. Great shout outs to the Ukrainian people. Want to give it like the rest of the world actually know who's the bad people and who's the good people. We have our own dev team in Ukraine. We understand the situation, or as much as you can understand from the outside. Wanted to give you a big shout out and know that the rest of the world are on your side. But getting back to actually crypto and MEV, before we get started, why even listen to what Uri has to say? Well, I do have a PhD in computer science, specifically about the blockchain network layer. Started bloXroute around 2016, 2017, and we're a major actor in DeFi and in MEV. Okay, so if you don't know bloXroute, we route blocks and transaction. We have infrastructure. We send information, blocks and transaction, roughly at the speed of light. And when the DeFi summer happened in 2020, all of a sudden, everybody started to use us. Everybody wanted to hear information fast. They wanted to send transaction fast to the mining pools back in the day. They wanted to front run others. They wanted front running protection. So we actually had front running protection before Flashbot even existed. We run 2 of the MEV relays on Ethereum, which is huge out of the 4. And we have our own builder. That's not really interesting, but all the builders are our users, customers, some are among our investors. So we're very, very deep, both in DeFi and in MEV. And lastly, I'm a giant DeFi bull. Okay, I actually think that DeFi is the most important application of crypto. I think single, global, transparent, permissionless, always on, financial ecosystem for the world is extremely valuable. And to achieve that, I'm willing to argue with a lot of people, even if I respect and think very highly of them, like Vitalik. So we had this idea around 2020, or it really kicked off in 2020, about DeFi. And, original ETH Delta wasn't really working, but Uniswap was working. And we started to build like decentralized exchanges and lending protocols and everything regarding DeFi. And things were kind of like, okay, we're building it, we're making it, we're moving to build this new utopia of how finance should work. And then MEV came around, right? The first to identify it were really the traders. Before all the academics, traders figured out, wait, can I send the transactions faster? Can I cut a deal with the mining pool? I see another transaction. Can I front end it and pay higher? We actually had a PM at the time, Alan, who later left to build the yield protocol. So he came to me, he said, Uri, our infrastructure will be perfect for like front running and for traders. And I thought, no, we're not doing that. That's not the interesting piece. And he was actually right. So Mev came along. Like, wait, this makes everything complicated. And so when I say MEV, I don't really mean MEV. MEV is like, okay, what is the maximal extractable value? that includes fees and gas. And when people really talk about MEV, they talk about two things. There's front running and sandwiching, and there's arbitrage. These are the stuff. Sure, there are other stuff. There's long tail, there's blah, 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 true. But really, the big pieces are front run and arbitrage. And arbitrage is actually a good thing. It corrects the price, right? If you send a trade, you have 1,000 USDC, you want to buy ETH, you send your trade, and you want HFTs to correct the price. You don't want the old price. You want the current correct price. And so you actually want them to always correct the price. So you don't need to open 7 different monitors. What's the price here? What's the price here? What's the price there? If there's arbitrage, all the prices will be the same everywhere, and normal users don't have to think about it. So arbitrage is actually a good thing. Front running is really bad. We're going to talk about that. But the aligned argument around MEV here, this is from 2021 from Bert from Flashbot, as here's what we're going to do. We're going to try to minimize the MEV that we can, and we're going to maximize the fair extraction of the MEV that we can't minimize. So that was the original promise, right? Let's minimize the MEV and democratize what we can. So that was one kind of like direction that we started with. And a few other aligned arguments were, let's avoid the TradFi latency game. I actually fell for that. Okay, like it really has a nice ring to it. We're building DeFi. Okay, DeFi. This is the new financial system. Blah blah blah, etc. We don't want to bring TradFi in. TradFi are the bad people. We don't like them. We don't want their games. Let's build something better. Okay, so make MEV, not latency wars. Okay, rise above TradFi gaslighting. We're building a global system today, so it can't be latency related. And even Vitalik, literally 2 years ago in Vienna, I was probably the only person arguing with him in that conversation. I think maybe the key point is that, MEV is the centralization force, okay? And so we have to make sure that all validators make the same APY, otherwise we're screwed, okay? If we don't make it, if we don't do something about MEV, then some small validators would make lower APY. And the larger validators with resources and expertise will be better at it. They will extract more MEV. They will have higher APY. And so everybody will stake with them. And all the stake would centralize to the to the large validators with a higher APY. So we have to make sure, for the sake of decentralization, that APY is equal for everyone. Otherwise, Armageddon, end of the world, is terrible. And so Vitalik came and said, because of that, here's what we're going to do. We're going to break it into 2 pieces. We're going to have the validator. They're just dumb pipes. Anybody could run it. It doesn't matter. Everybody will get the same APY. You just run a validator. We have PBS implemented as MEV boost. They'll get blocks from other people. So they're just done. You get something, whoever gives you the best bid, you sign it off, and done. And all the centralization and all the sophistication and really the economies of scale will happen at the builder space. So basically, take what we have and break it into 2 pieces. So all the bad stuff only happen in the builder space, let's call it. And the validator space is safe from that. There's not going to be centralization there because APY will be the same for everybody. So these were the arguments, okay, that we're going to minimize the MEV that we can, that we want to avoid the latency games, and that really we have to break it and give the same APY for everybody. Otherwise, MEV is going to destroy Ethereum. That was the thinking, that was the argument before that. Now, let me give you the underlying argument counter to the entire thing. Okay? we did not minimize MEV. We maximized MEV. We did not say, okay, let's make it as small as we can and democratize the rest. We did the opposite. We maximized the MEV. So it's not that some validators extract more, some extract less, or etc. No, we build a market. So every single validator, every single block will have the power of all the builders, the most sophisticated actors, and they will have access to all the blocks. So the most value is extracted in every block, in every validator. I call it full oomph. Okay, you have all the HFTs, and some of them really TradFi HFTs, building searchers, building block builders. Even worse, we're going to talk about it. So regardless if that was the right decision or the wrong decision, right, to Vitalik's argument, maybe it's worth it. Maybe we should have done it to make sure everybody get the same APY. But let's not lie to ourselves that we minimized MEV. No, we have maximized MEV. We wanted to level the field, so we put everything max pain. Okay, like we maximize MEV for everybody at everywhere. That's what we actually did. So that's for that argument. Now, for context, MEV auctions, when we run this auction, who will pay the most is a negative sum game, not even a zero sum game. Okay, the more value validators extract from DeFi, the worse DeFi is. Okay, this is not money coming from thin air. MEV is not value creation in any way. It only extract value. And so the more value they make, the more they extract, the worse DeFi is. Okay, and the less useful it is. If you have $1,000 US or USDC and you want to buy ETH, you will get a better price at Coinbase than on Uniswap. Okay, because if, you know, let's say price of ETH is $3,500 and you send the bid and price goes up, your transaction fails. Price goes down, you would still get the 3,500 price that you mentioned. And if you add slippage, say, you know, I'm willing to accept up to 3,600, at that point, you just sign up to getting the worst execution. And so the more value they extract, the worse DeFi is. The worse DeFi is, the less liquidity it's going to have, the less activity it's going to have, and the less MEV validator are going to have tomorrow. Okay, so this is truly and really a negative sum game. The more we extract, the less MEV there is, the worse DeFi is, and the less of it tomorrow. Now to the latency point. Okay, I said earlier, we want to avoid TradFi latency game, right? We don't want to recreate TradFi. We're trying to build DeFi, the next fair global financial system. But what we really did is that we threw away all the good of low latency. Okay, as I said earlier, low latency is a good thing. Okay, I want HFTs, high frequency traders, right? I want market makers. I want the big trading firm of the world spending all their effort. So every time the price somewhere is wrong, they will go there super fast to correct it. So prices are always correct everywhere. Because if they do that, then all the normal users, all the people which are not huge trading firms, will get the correct price, right? When I send a trade, I'm not trying to be faster than Wintermute or Jump or SC. Like, I do not, it's not, I'm not trying to win the picosecond. I just want to get the current correct price, right? I'm not a high frequency trading firm. And so we throw out all the benefits of doing things fast and low latency. And we keep the front running and the sandwiching. Okay, why do everybody hate trading firms? Because of front running and sandwiching. That is the unfair thing, right? It's totally fair that if somebody sends a trade faster than me, they see the price dipped by a basis point. They were the fast, they captured it. Good to them. I'm not even trying to compete with them. But if I'm about to make a trade, I send my trade, and then they see it, they're like, oh, this guy's about to buy a lot of ETH. So it will drive the price of ETH up. I should buy just before him. So buy cheap, increases the price. Now I get the worst execution. I get the worst price. And then he's going to sell right after me and he sandwich me and just benefit from me, from knowing what I'm about to do. That's why we all hate TradFi. That is the bad thing. This is the thing that we have, you know, rules and laws to prevent. And that's the thing that we just normalized. We said, oh, sure, that's fine. We expect everybody to sandwich and everybody to front run. So it sounds good. Let's not recreate TradFi. What we really did is we threw away all the good and we kept all the bad. And now to Vitalik's point about, you know, NEV being the centralization force, NEV is a centralization force. There are many there. It's a small centralization force. We didn't know that in advance, so okay, maybe it was an honest mistake. But if you run vanilla validator, you don't capture them, you just run it, etc., you make 4% APY. If you run with MEV boost to be super maximal extractive, extract, front run sandwich, do everything there, you make 4.4% APY. That's the difference. Okay, we're not talking that with MEV, it makes twice as much money. It doesn't increase by 50% or 10x. No, the difference is if you are staking ETH as, do you make 4 or 4.4%? That is not a huge game changer difference, especially compared to the other vectors, right? So what are more significant centralization forces? Well, obviously LSTs, right? So Lido controlling 30% of the stake is a much greater centralization force because people like LSTs, okay? Even just plain old brand name, right? We have Coinbase, public company, good company, had been in crypto since the beginning, and they're running a validator or multiple validators and control 14% of all the stake. And why is that? Because if you're a large entity, you're a hedge fund, whatever, all for the record, all the ETFs, if you have to stake somewhere, who do you stake with? With Coinbase for, let's say, 4.1% APY, or a random validator provider you don't really know about for another 0.1 or another 0.2% APY. And obviously that if you're a large active, you know, you're BlackRock, you're Fidelity, you're any big company, you will choose the lower APY with a brand name and a company and a public company you trust. So it really feels like we glazed over all the, you know, nitty-gritty details. We built this model. Oh, of course, stake would just flow to the highest APY. That makes sense. No, it doesn't work that way. There are a lot of details along the way. And so the fact that you say, oh, if we don't do this thing, then this thing being MEV boost and PBS and separation of, you know, block builders from proposers, if we don't do this, you know, we'll totally centralize the validator space. I think it was wrong. I think we shouldn't have done any of it. And I'm saying it as somebody whose company greatly benefits, and I make a lot of millions of dollars from running this thing. But if I care about the DeFi and I care about Ethereum, then no, this was not the right choice. And so let's take a slightly deeper look into that. This is not known for many people outside really deep in the MEV space. We have 3 builders, okay? Titan, Beaver, and rsync, which are building 90% of all blocks. The key, and everybody are coming because Vitalik is like talking in 10 minutes. I would have come too if Vitalik was talking in 10 minutes. We have 3 builders building 94% of all blocks. The key, and you could ask the builders, what is the key to winning the blocks? Private order flow, okay? If there are 3 builders and they all see all the blocks, sorry, all the transactions, then they're going to build roughly the same block. So they build a block, it's worth $100, and everybody have to bid 99.9% of the, or $99.9 to the validator to capture it. That's kind of like according to the original theory. There'll be an auction, they'll try to beat one another, and all the value would go to the validator. However, if you're one of these validators and you got some private order flow, somebody sent you transactions, they don't even need to be interesting transactions. They sent you $10 worth of transactions only to you. You're only to a single builder. At that point, you could outbid everybody else. So you could bid 101. You're guaranteed to win. And also you just increase your margins. You're going to keep $9 instead of like 10 cents. So private order flow is, for block builders, is the single most important thing. Nothing is as important. So I don't know if you can see the numbers here. This is literally from today, okay? In the past 24 hours, the top builders kept to themselves, numbers around here, something like 150 ETH. That's 150 ETH per day. Okay, that's $250 million per year. Okay, that value does not come from public order flow. Public order flow, all the money actually goes to the validator. So the only way for them to actually make, pardon my language, a load of money is to get private order flow. So forget about public mempool, everybody. People, specifically apps, sign deals with the builders. Okay, and it's kind of like, okay, so hey, Titan, I am bot, I'm popular bot, popular app X. I will send my transactions only to you, and the money you can make, we split 50-50, or even 60-40, like the split doesn't really matter. But the point here is that the system that we built incentivizes signing deals with the block builders. Now, they're not actually making millions of dollars. They're kicking back a lot of that value to whoever signed them the order flow. But that means if you have 3 block builders, they're building 94% of all blocks, that they're basically enshrined. Okay, everybody has to send them, everybody have to send them the order flow. If you don't, everybody have to send them their transactions or bundles or order flow, because if you don't, you're not going to be included. Like, if you want that to actually land on chain, you have to send it to them. And they have deals for private order flow because they're so big, at which point you can't really beat them. Okay, now, I'm not even talking like, does this lead to censorship? Maybe. The original argument of Vitalik, literally spent an hour arguing with him about it, was if a block builder rejects a transaction, let's say it's worth $1, then he's giving up $1. So it either cost him $1 or he has to pay $1, but he has to pay this extra $1 every block to stop getting included. Okay, so every block now, it has to pay $1. And if he reject or censor another transaction, $2, $3, $4, etc., to not include these transactions in every block. Therefore, the argument was like, like at some point they create this critical mass where a different block builder who isn't censoring will include them. However, this assumes everybody sees all transactions, etc. If block builders have private order flow, which only they get, then I'm not sure that actually reaches a critical mass, at which point, okay, sure, there'll be a block builder to include them. So that was less about the future of MEV. This is like, okay, here's where we are right now. If you think this is great, I disagree, but like, okay, I outlined why I think our result isn't like, we're not minimizing MEV, we're maximizing it. We tried to avoid latency, and we really threw out all the good stuff and stayed with the bad things. And we really treated MEV, it's so big. Well, really, MEV is a PSYOPs almost, okay? ETH stakers have $100 billion worth of stake. That is a lot of money, okay? Predatory MEV, so front running and sandwiching, pays roughly $100 million per year. $100 million per year is really, really a lot of money for me, for you guys, for everybody, not for all the Ethereum stakers, okay? For them, it's plus 0.1% APY, okay? That is not a lot. And so it isn't clear that MEV is a big factor we should change how Ethereum works in order to address. What can we do? Okay, going forward, where does this take us for MEV? There is a short-term incentive problem that we can try to address. Because the long-term incentive, going back for a second, the long-term incentive for validators is not to do front running and not to do sandwiching. Imagine a world where there's no front running and no sandwiching, and DeFi just works and it flourishes, and you actually get the current prices, etc. DeFi will boom, things would improve, a lot of activity, a lot of liquidity. This will trickle down to the price of ETH. How much? I have no idea. Is it going to increase it by 10%, by 50%, 2x, 10x? I have no idea, but definitely more than plus 0.1% APY. Okay, so for the validators, the long-term incentive is not to front run and not to sandwich. The problem is the short-term incentive. Sure, it would be great if we all don't do it, but when it's my turn, when I'm the proposer and somebody send me a trade like, oh, he's buying $1 million worth of ETH, I should sandwich him, right? I will buy just before him, I will sell right after him. And let's say I make $1,000. True that I destroy $10,000, but $10,000 destroyed for everyone. Okay, so I make $1,000 and I destroy for myself like a cent. Okay, and so the problem is not the long-term incentive. The problem is a short-term incentive to front run and sandwich. But maybe we can fix this. Okay, it's Ethereum have done some crazy stuff. Okay, I don't know how many people remember here. Okay, the nothing at stake problem. POS will never work, or Ethereum will never be able to switch from proof of work to proof of stake. Okay, we've done some impossible things, and so can we fix MEV without breaking all the good things we built in Ethereum? I argue that we can. Not necessarily easy, but let's not give up on it to say like, oh, for sure, we need centralized builders, etc. Arrow, which later rebranded to Eden Network, tried to do something like that, right? They created a token and told the validator, if you follow our rules, you will get this token. But that didn't work. Validator just flip-flopped. If there is no MEV, do whatever Eden want you to, so you make money. If there's bigger money, sure, just take the MEV. So just flip-flop. So lapping a token without any thought on it doesn't work. But can we fix it? Can validators make more money by sequencing transaction and charge for it, let's say for real-time execution? So free confs is generally being talked around right now. I had a long discussion on it with Justin Drake a really long time ago. Can validators make more money by sequencing transaction and giving pre-confirmation instead of front-running and sandwiching user? Maybe, but the future of MEV is going to look very different from where we are right now. Okay, currently we have large block builders, very centralized, etc. I am not sure at all this is the direction. We're just scratching the possibilities here. So we started with MEV boost. We thought this is going to be super critical to prevent centralization of validators, but actually validators have, and their stakers have much bigger bags to make Ethereum better, to make DeFi better. And so my final take here is that the future of MEV isn't in trying to maximize MEV. It is to incentivize validators to do the right thing and make Ethereum most valuable. Thank you, everybody, and say hi to Vitalik for me.
Actually, you can say hi to Vitalik right now because he already joined us. Okay. Do you have any questions to Uri? I think no. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so let's make some noise and invite our keynote speaker to the stage.
Всім привіт! Я дуже щасливий повернутися в Україну. І я хочу подякувати всім організаторам за чудову роботу. І я дякую всім, що прийшли. І я тепер буду говорити англійською. So, the present and future applications of Ethereum, right? So Ethereum has come a long way over the last 10 years. And one of the ways that I think about the difference between the last 10 years of Ethereum and the next 10 years of Ethereum is that the last 10 years were about building basic infrastructure and theory. And the next 10 years are about bringing Ethereum to the world, right? So Ethereum, the project, started at the end of 2013. The Ethereum blockchain launched at the end of 2015. And then since then, we started working on scalability, proof of stake, all kinds of topics. And the merge, the switch to proof of stake, finally happened about 2 years ago in September 2022. We now actually have roll-ups, we have much more scalability, and the technical problems, I would say, a large portion of them have been solved. A large portion of them still remain, and I'll talk about those, but we're very well on the path towards solving those problems. And the bigger challenge at this point is basically actually finishing out the last mile, right? Like actually turning Ethereum from being mostly a theoretical project to being one that really delivers real applications that benefit a large number of real people, right? So this over here is a screenshot of ETHKyiv. This is probably the earliest Ethereum-based decentralized social projects that I know about. This is something that was started in 2015. It was a very simple construction. Basically, it's like Twitter, but where you make a tweet by pushing the tweet on the blockchain. You see here had a very simple UI. You have to run a node locally to connect with it. You have a username, you have your Ethereum address, just like very simple website. It just reads the chain, and if you want to tweet, you post to the chain. This over here is a client called Firefly, which is by a company called Mask. And Firefly is actually a combined client of Farcaster and Lens, which are probably the top 2 decentralized socials on Ethereum today, and of also Twitter, right? So actually, a lot of the time when I publish, especially like tweets of my blog posts, and you probably see them appearing on Farcaster, Lens, and Twitter at the same time. Like Firefly is how I do it, right? So Firefly is really a great client, and you should use it. But you can also see how it's a vastly better UI, right? It's a UI that looks ready for like mainstream consumer use. It's based on these decentralized social protocols that are themselves much cheaper and much easier to use. And it has like actual benefits over top of existing centralized solutions that are like not even just theoretical, but that are like actual real benefits today. And so you actually see something that really feels like it's on the cusp of like actually being ready to take off, right? So basically the challenge that we have for the next 10 years is figuring out how do we actually get there, right? So over the past 5 years, surprisingly many Ethereum user experience problems have already been solved. So who here remembers sending transactions on Ethereum back in 2019? Now, do you remember sending a transaction and then sometimes you get unlucky with the gas prices and you have to wait like 30 minutes for it to confirm? Okay. Now, who here has had an experience of waiting minutes for a transaction to confirm in the last year? Okay, so still a few, but much fewer, right? Who here over the last year has had a transaction confirm in like literally 5 seconds? Many. Who here remembers having that experience 5 years ago? Fewer, right? Now, the reason why this is true is actually because of EIP 1559, right? Basically, a lot of the time this gets narrativized as being about like the burn and like making ETH ultrasound, right? But like the main goal of this was basically a change in how the Ethereum fee market works that allows average transactions to get confirmed basically almost always in immediately the next block. And the way that it does this is it basically mostly replaces the transaction fee auction that we had before with a system where there is a base fee and your transaction can get in as long as it pays the base fee, and that base fee adjusts over time to preserve some level of average usage. Transaction fees. So back in 2019, 2020, they were often $1 to $5 per transaction. Now in 2024, especially post the Denkun hard fork that introduced blobs, L2's transactions on them are regularly cheaper than 1 cent. Transaction inclusion, so 1 to 60 minutes before, 5 to 20 seconds now on L1 usually, and often actually 1 second if you're on an L2. Wallet security, back then we had EOAs, and now we have smart contract wallets. We have very widespread usage of Safe. We have increasing work in account abstraction. We have increasing work in things like application keys. So if you look at even Farcaster, for example, Farcaster has a separate key. And so the way that I have it set up for me is that my primary multisig wallet is actually only the backup address, right? And so my primary multisig wallet has the ability to reset the key, but then the key that gets used day to day is just a lower security application key that's just stored directly on the desktop and the mobile, right? So you get convenience and you get secure account recovery. So a lot of user experience problems in Ethereum compared to 5 years ago or even 3 years ago have actually already gone away, right? There's been a lot of already huge progress, and I think we should all be very proud of that. Another big change to the ecosystem, I think, that has happened over the last 5 years is we've seen the rise of ZK snarks. And I think especially in the space of more mainstream applications, I believe ZK snarks are an equally important ingredient to blockchains. ZK snarks are powerful for scalability. So ZK rollups use them, like Plasmas use them, a lot of applications use them. But ZK snarks also provide privacy, right? And privacy has financial applications. There's also non-financial applications. So who here has a zoo pass? Okay, a few people. So hopefully everyone will have a zoo pass within a couple of years. But basically it's a zero knowledge identity system, right? So essentially you have a zoo pass, and then you locally have when someone makes an attestation about you, so they make a signature saying this person attended this event, this person is part of this group, that information is something that you hold locally, and then you can use zero knowledge proofs to prove things about yourself. So for example, you can prove that you're a member of a group without revealing which member of that group you are. So there is increasing usage of this, and especially in these non-financial applications, I think it's going to continue to become super important. So one way to think about this practically, right, is just some of my personal experiences using applications. So part one. Back in 2019, I tried to use Status, which was a decentralized wallet and chat application. Messages just often did not go through. Like I would send messages and then those messages would just disappear. I'd have no idea what's going on. 2020, I used Augur to bet on elections. The interface sucked. I spent over $1,000 on transaction fees. 2021, I tried to pay people in person in Argentina. The transaction fee was $5. It took more than 5 minutes to confirm. 2022 to 2024, I regularly used Polymarket to bet against people with crazy political opinions, turned $500 into 730. UX was amazing. It felt like basically centralized, like Web 2 quality. On Polygon, the fees were extremely low. 2023, regularly use Ethereum for payments. Most payments confirm in 5 to 20 seconds. Use Railway for privacy, increasingly good user experience. Use Farcaster and Lens, right? Decentralized social media that I talked about, much better user experience. Finally, 2 days ago, I tried to use a new version of Status, which has basically, I think, after they kind of disappointed a lot of people 5 years ago, they sort of went into a cave and they just worked really hard on improving themselves. And 5 years later, they've come out and they have something which is basically a decentralized wallet, and I would think of it as being a full decentralized alternative to Telegram, right? So it has chat, it has communities features, it has various integrations, you can have token gated communities, it has all of those things. The UX is much better, the reliability is much better, and I feel actually comfortable that this might actually be it, and we might actually be able to move the Ethereum ecosystem off of Telegram dependence. So way better, right? Way across all different application categories. So that is how much things have improved, right? So then the question is basically where are things going to go further from here, right? So cross-layer 2 issues. Basically, this is probably Ethereum's biggest UX problem at the moment, right? Basically that doing things between multiple L2s today is very inconvenient, right? So the two use cases that I usually think about for this, one is payments, right? So I have coins on Optimism, you're on Arbitrum, I want to pay you. And the other is sends to self, right? So for example, Polymarket's on Polygon, I don't have any coins on Polygon, I have coins on Base, and I want to send to self to Polygon so that I can use those coins inside of Polymarket. Then addresses also don't tell you which L2 to pay on, right? So right now, if someone gives you their address, you don't know if you're supposed to pay them on L1 or on Optimism or on Polygon. And if you do the wrong thing, sometimes your money disappears, right? So also a big UX problem. ERC 3770, which makes the chain a part of the address, fixes this. Native withdrawal takes too long, right? So basically, on an optimistic rollup, withdrawing assets takes 7 days. On ZK rollups, it's much better. It takes 1 hour. And eventually, with the right technology, it can be reduced to 1 slot. And then there's issues with smart contract wallets on layer 2. Is basically, if you have an individual or an organization, they have a wallet on one L2, and they want to use it on many L2s, then if they want to update a key, they have to separately send a transaction on every L2. This is very inconvenient. There's a design called key store rollups that can solve this problem, right? Now, if you want to solve the problem at the top, then we have increasingly this ERC 7683 standard, which is basically a standard for cross L2 order books, right? So essentially, if you're a user, then let's say you have coins on Optimism and you want to pay someone who is on Arbitrum, what you basically do is you take your coins on Optimism and you send your coins into a lockbox. And what the lockbox does is it waits for someone to provide a proof that they paid you on Arbitrum. And once they provide that proof, then they can have your coins on Optimism. So just very simple limit order book. And it's designed to be very extensible. It's designed to work well and be easy in a lot of ways. And the idea would be that basically, if you don't want to wait time, or if you don't want to pay L1 fees, then you can just trade from one L2 to another L2 through this network, and it can be very efficient. So that's 7683. ZK proof aggregation, right? So this is one of those things that I think is going to really improve things not just for L2s, but also for other L1 applications that use ZK snarks. Basically, the idea here is, right, that why do L2s and even ZK rollups, why do they only commit once an hour, right? And the answer is basically that they have to save on gas, right? When an L2 makes a submission, it has to include a proof. And that proof itself is like very complicated. Often it takes like at least 500,000 gas, sometimes 1 to 5 million gas to verify. And they want to pay that cost as little as possible. And so what we do instead is we can have a system where you have n different applications that submit a list of statements and a list of proofs. And then you have one aggregator that takes those proofs and it makes a proof of the proofs, right? It makes one proof that proves that all of these proofs exist. And then it says, here are the statements, and then here is one proof of all the statements. And that gets published on chain. And then you have a contract on chain that basically then sends a message to each of the applications that says, here's a statement, and that statement has been proved. So if you have this, then you can have an unlimited number of zk-snark-based applications, and you would only have to pay 500,000 gas, the cost of a snark, every time this mechanism commits to the L1. Right, so this is another one of those things that can really improve the experience for people. Wallet security. So account abstraction is making a lot of progress. Multi-sig wallets are making a lot of progress. Who here has a safe? Okay, see, a lot of people, right? 3 years ago, it would have been almost no one. Safe is like really amazing, right? And I think a big remaining challenge is like to make all of this very easy to use, right? So guardians, right? Basically, a better alternative to centralized trust, right? If you have a wallet, and imagine like you're not just a casual crypto user, like literally 90% of your life savings are in crypto, or you know, this isn't just your money, this is like your identity root. Like if you lose this, you lose your social media profiles, right? Like imagine you have an account where like losing it is like really, really, really an extremely bad thing for you. Then it becomes extremely important for this to be secure. Historically, the solution to this has basically been to like tell people to do really crazy things, like have a seed phrase and have like 3 offline computers, and you know, you do everything on your offline computer, and then you put your seed phrase in a box that's made out of titanium, so even if your house burns down, like the seed phrase is safe, and even if your house gets robbed, like they can't open it, and so on and so forth, right? And like these crazy things that like most individuals would not practically be able to do, and like there's just too much of a risk that people will screw up, right? The other extreme is to basically give up on the whole like self-sovereignty thing and to just have a Coinbase account and have all your money on Coinbase. And like we've had these like 2 extremes where one of them is basically this extreme thing that's just unrealistic for most people, and the other one is like, okay, let's trust a centralized actor, and like let's say, you know, here's a guy named Sam, he looks trustworthy, he goes on panels with people like Bill Clinton, let me just put all my money on his exchange. And then 2 years later, this guy named Sam turns out to be Sam Bankman-Fried, and you know, his exchange gets hacked and all your money is gone, right? And so we've been, the solution that is, I think, more actually sane for people and that fits both with the ethos of decentralization and with practicality is this concept of multisig, right? Basically, you have some number of guardians, and you have some rule that, like, for example, 6 out of 8 of them can control your wallet, right? So the big question here is, like, who do we actually make the guardians be, right? And there's basically 3 types of guardians. So the one of them is your own devices, right? So if you have a laptop and you have a phone, then your laptop and your phone are 2 devices. But of course, you know, you don't want to do a thing where like you accidentally have some like backup mechanism where like actually they turn into 1 device, right? So you could use your phone's trusted hardware, you could use laptop trusted hardware. So you could potentially get a mobile, you know, a specialized hardware wallet. So your own devices are like 1 type of guardian. Another type of guardian is friends and family, right? So basically people that you trust, and they can each have 1 of these guardian positions, and they actually don't even have to know who each other are, right? Like they can have instructions to like all contact your family if something happens to you, but unless something happens to you, like they don't have to know who each other are, right? They just, you know, you just talk to them individually whenever you need some transaction signed. And a third approach is institutional guardians, right? So Institutional guardians actually has two categories. So you could have specialized guardians. So you could have companies that like explicitly offer kind of membership in a multi-sig as a service, or you could have ZK wrappers of existing services, right? So you could have, there's something called ZK email, which basically lets you create an Ethereum address where you can only, the Ethereum address is an ERC-4337 smart contract wallet, which can only send transactions if you give it a ZK snark, proving that you authorized a key with by sending an email from your email account, right? So it basically like uses like HTTPS cryptography, and like basically it comes with a proof that actually DKIM signatures is what it uses, right? And so it basically authenticates Google signatures, and then you're basically trusting that Google does the job of being like holding onto your account and helping you recover it if something goes wrong. There's a version of this for many different government ID services. So like there's Anon-Aadhaar, which is a ZK wrapper of India's identity system. There is a similar project for Japan. I believe at least one person made a similar project for Ukraine. So there's a lot of these, right? So there's like at least four different categories of guardians. So I think the question is like what setups make sense, right? And I think for beginning users, you probably just want like ZK wrappers of email. You could do government ID, I think, if you want multiple factors, but email is like the thing that's sort of more universal across countries. For paranoid users are not going to trust their friends, they're not going to trust institutions, they're not going to trust anything, even in an MFN. And so for paranoid users, you just like let them use their own devices. And if they want to like buy like 3 phones and a laptop and hardware wallets and put them into different places, they can. If they want to just have a 2 of 3 between a laptop and a desktop and a seed phrase, they can, and that's fine. For other advanced users, it's like basically whatever combination you want of devices, friends, and institutional guardians, right? So the kind of future I want to see is basically one where like when you set up, who like you're safe, you can set up like what the addresses are that control it, and like you can put in Ethereum addresses, or you can put in email addresses, and if you put in email addresses, then it automatically gets converted into an Ethereum address that is where that Ethereum address is controlled by that email address using ZK email, right? You could put in potentially other kinds of social media accounts, potentially if we have some of these decentralized social platforms, then like you could even automatically just like recommend guardians based on like contacts that you talk to often, right? So there's like a lot of, there's UX work to be done here, though there's also just basic technical work in making all of these options as easy and as accessible as possible. So that's the wallet security side. Fixing Ethereum staking, right? So the main risk today is centralization, right? So this includes centralized staking services, this includes liquid staking, this includes all of the issues that have to do with MEV, and Ethereum staking centralization is bad in part because it leads to a higher risk of censorship on L1. In addition to this, the Ethereum staking protocol is overcomplicated. It takes too long to finalize. Finalizing takes 15 minutes. Nobody wants to wait 15 minutes. And security is suboptimal, right? Like it turns out there's a bunch of reasons why the security proofs for LMD Ghost Casper only work up to like around 20% malicious, and ideally what we want is 33% assuming asynchrony, 49% assuming synchrony, right? Like having both bounds at the same time. So that's, if you ask people, why don't you solo stake? This is a question I ask many people and I poll many people, and by far the most common reason is they don't solo stake because they don't have 32 ETH. Another common reason is that running a validator node is too hard, and there are various miscellaneous other reasons, right? Actually, like the desire for liquidity like turns out to not be super important. So this is another, like those two problems are also problems that we really care about resolving. Now, MEV centralization vectors, right? Basically, one of the things that we've really been thinking about is basically what are the different roles that come in as part of an Ethereum staker, right? And if you look at the pipeline of a transaction and that transaction getting included on chain, you first have the block builders, right? So the actors that are creating the block. Then you have the execution proposer, which is the proposer of a block. Like right now, it's just the proposer of a block. And then you have attesters. And attesters are the ones who actually are then sign off on that block like over 1,000 times in parallel, right? So in 2019, these were all basically one group, right? Now we have proposals like proposer-builder separation, attester-proposer separation, that try to make separations between these. And there's a basic desire to try to like basically take the parts of this that are more difficult to do and put them inside of an auction game. So if you think you can do it better than everyone else, you can compete. And then take the parts that are easy to do and separate them out and make them as accessible as possible, right? So that's the green parts. Now, so solutions, right? So if we want to make running a node easier, Virtual Trees and Layer 1 ZK EVM, attester proposer separation is really powerful for reducing some of these centralization risks. Inclusion lists are a proposal where basically you separate out the role of choosing which transactions get included from the role of like choosing transaction ordering, because choosing transaction ordering and being able to like pre-insert transactions, that's the thing that really contains the most MEV. That's the thing where like there's a lot of opportunity to earn a lot more than someone else if you can create better algorithms, right? And so you separate that out, and then you let other like a much more distributed set of actors be responsible for choosing transactions that have to be included in the next block. Single slot finality basically replaces Ethereum's consensus with something that is more similar to Tendermint, but also not quite Tendermint, because we also need to add an inactivity leak mechanism so the chain can still work if more than a third of the validators go offline. We also want to add better 51% attack recovery, all kinds of things. And then some staking redesigns that allow validators with less than 32 ETH to really participate equally at the top level, right? So conclusions, right? So the future of Ethereum technology, basically continuing to improve proof of stake, continuing to deal with centralization risks, which include liquid staking, which include MEV-related issues. The main problem with L2s is basically to improve the cross-layer 2 user experience, right? Basically, 20 Ethereum L2s should not feel, today, they feel too much like 20 separate blockchains. They should feel like you're part of one Ethereum ecosystem. And I think a lot of the proposals that we have really come closer to bringing us there. Reduce the cost of running a node. Account abstraction and improve wallet UX make it easier to use wallets and at the same time make wallets much more secure in a way that makes sense both for advanced users and paranoid users and normal people. ZK snarking everything, right? ZK snarks are huge for scaling, and like ZK rollups run entirely on ZK snarks. ZK snarks are also very important for privacy, right? And privacy includes both financial privacy, and that is an increasingly big topic. Leona talks about it a lot. He also mentioned, the privacy pools projects that tries to add much better compliance options for privacy protocols while still preserving their privacy, and so on and so forth, right? So a lot of different directions to still advance on the technology side. On the application side, I think continuing to make payments work more smoothly continues to be important, right? Payments just continue to be the first and most basic app. More DeFi and real-world finance interactions, right? So I think it would be interesting to see DeFi projects really target use cases that are more connected to, it could be traditional finance, but it could also just be other aspects of the traditional economy. Some of these exist, like there's definitely insurance projects that people in the developing world are already using today for like very regular use cases, like weather insurance, all kinds of different things. Then ZK, building up the ZK identity credentials attestation ecosystem, doing more ZK voting. I mean, I know Raramo is based here. They do some good work. There's some Macy and the Ethereum Foundation, like more and more good ZK projects, both for voting and for attestations. Games, I think, continue to be valuable as an entry point, but I just really continue to really wish that people, make games that are not just like basically obfuscated casinos, but that are actually fun and that are like actually fun even during a bear market. Because if you don't do that, then like once the bear market comes, everyone forgets your thing existed, right? So don't do that. But the more fun, the better. I think decentralized social is like increasingly successful, right? Like people are actually using Farcaster, like people are actually using Lens. Status, like I actually think that like it actually has a chance of like getting the Ethereum ecosystem off of Telegram dependence, right? And like Farcaster, I think, is already moving quite far in reducing the Ethereum ecosystem's Twitter dependence. So I think like there's an actual opportunity to, as an ecosystem, to like really become much more self-sufficient and like become much more able to use our own technology, which I think would be a really amazing milestone for the Ethereum ecosystem to get to, right? And then once we do that, then continue scaling all of these things up and continue scaling more of all kinds of use cases. Also, things like DAOs, and DAOs can also use ZK voting. Also, all kinds of applications that like mix aspects of finance and non-finance, all kinds of things, right? And basically, continue to make really make the Ethereum application ecosystem really great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before moving to the Q&A session with Vitalik, I would like to ask you to stay here because we really, really want to do a group photo with all of you. Okay, so please raise your hands. Okay. There is no question. Okay, false alarm.
Hi, and thank you that you come to Kyiv in this time. And I know that you was last year also. How many Ukrainian projects do you know, and which one maybe you following or some developers?
I mean, like Near Protocol is obviously like very large, right? And they've been doing a lot of work in like the kind of crypto AI intersection space, and like they've been interfacing with the Ethereum ecosystem more and more. Then I mean, I know that in the hackathon, like last time, there were a lot of like projects, also some that were trying to like interface between, like Ukrainian digital government digital ID and the Ethereum-based ecosystem. And I mean, I know that people are still continuing to think about like what the right way to use some of those ideas is. I mean, I know there's lots of individual Ukrainians in all kinds of projects, right? So in the Ethereum Foundation, there's at least two that I know about. Then I mean, I know in like some, at least like two in Flashbots, some in various.
I knew that you made big donation in the start of the war.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this.
Будь ласка.
Дякуємо. Okay, let's limit ourselves with few questions.
Vitalik, again, thanks for coming. Was great to see you speak Ukrainian. We would like to hear more of that. You're doing well. What would you think of the current risks of having Luna 2.0?
I think, I mean, the way that these things usually work, right, is that like they're not a technical problem. There's like a cultural problem, right? And there's like basically there's like a lot of actors that have these asymmetric incentives, right? Because like if you're an influencer and you give people a way to like get plus 15% returns for like 1 or 2 years, everyone thinks you're a hotshot, right? If you lose like 100% of everyone's money, then like somehow like either people forget or like it's less than 6 times as bad, right? And so then the other problem that often happens is like these projects are often designed like they're basically Ponzi's, right? Like they appear to become more and more and more successful until eventually the end comes. And the problem is like that's a really long time, right? And there is this challenge in the ecosystem that like if you come out and you say like no, actually like this thing that a lot of people are genuinely getting excited about is like actually bad and it's going to break, then you know you get accused of like being an ivory tower elitist, you know, being like kind of disconnected with people's wishes and so on and so forth. And like I think what happened in the last cycle is like a lot of people just kind of got depressed because they started like saying these things, but then things like Luna just kind of kept on growing, and then like eventually it collapsed, but it like ended up collapsing pretty late, right? And now people do have more memories of that. I think you know, like obviously there is this I think kind of challenge in the ecosystem where like meme coins are like one of the more successful things right now, and like okay, like don't get me wrong, like I'm not against people having fun, right? I mean I'm not against memes. I mean, you know, I still hold Doge. So how can I hate meme coins when I hold Doge? That's like the thing that I'm against, right? Is like so. Have you watched like Star Wars Episode 7?
Yes.
Like honestly, like did Star Wars Episode 7 deserve to exist? Again, I'll tell you the answer. It's no, right? But like, why did it exist anyway, right? Basically, what happened is that like first you had Star Wars Episode 4, 5, and 6, which are like really amazing and like brilliant things, and they got some money, but they also earned a lot of goodwill, right? The problem is if you have goodwill and you're like thinking about it from the perspective of like a money optimizer, right? Then as a money optimizer, like goodwill is an illiquid asset, right? Like you can't like go and like sell it and like spend the money on like yachts and expensive sex workers, right? So, you know, you have to like convert the goodwill into something more liquid, right? And so what you do is you just like basically spend a little bit of effort and like make something not very good, and then people still buy it because of the brand value, right? And like you spend down all the goodwill, but like that's the point. You're converting the illiquid asset to the liquid asset, right? And I think like a lot of the parasitic activity that we see is like basically the same thing, and like that's not a technological issue, right? It's like that's a cultural issue, and I think. Probably the best thing that we can do on the cultural side is like basically like we have to actually compete with the narrative, right? Like I think a lot of people in crypto, like the reality is that it was a bear market for 4 years. People are really like desperate for like some kind of hope. People don't want to just like see the space die, and like, there's lots of people that are just reaching out for and like want some kind of narrative, even if it just like feels like some kind of short-term drug, right? And like I think the space has to compete we have to compete with that, and we have to offer applications that are like actually interesting to people and that are actually sustainable, right? And I think the more we can do that, like the Lunas will continue to exist, right? But like at least they will have less attention. And I think if you have that, like if we can combine, like reduce the space that they have for attention, and at the same time we can hopefully, the memory that people have of Luna and SPF and all of these things continues to stay alive, then the impact of these the next time actually will be much lower, right? So I think that is the big challenge for application developers, right? Actually compete with it and actually create something that the crypto world can get really excited about.
Okay, and we have just last question. No, I'm sorry. We have a hard stop. So I invite you to the stage to make a group photo. So please stand up. Thank you very much for standing up. And if you want to ask Vitalik other questions, you can stay after the group photo and do a small networking session.